right, 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Good morning. Hello. Happy Friday, everybody. Stevie V, Stephen Vaughn back in. How you doing?
Yeah, dude, doing good. Day 2. I'm more used to it today, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know if today would be worse after a doubleheader yesterday.
We'll see around like 7 o'clock today at the end of primetime. But for now, we're doing good.
Yeah. How were you doing on primetime yesterday?
That was good. I think they were a little worried about it, but
were they?
I step up to the challenge.
Did they know you were hanging out and filling in for Dirt?
Not until like day of.
Oh, okay.
Because Suk was listening to the Greg Oden interview.
Yeah.
And so he knew about it. And then Rob doesn't know, but Rob walked in and it was on, like they were replaying on YouTube on the TV out front.
Oh, were they?
And it was the show.
Oh, and Rob's like,
and Rob's like,
today.
hey, yeah, what are you doing? Like, I'm helping out. You
Yeah.
know? Brandon asked me on. I said, okay.
I hadn't had you on the show. Everybody
Right.
else is taking a turn with Stephen Vaughn.
That's
Why
right.
can't I?
Yeah, you know, I get around. I tell you
Everybody
that.
else wants to double dip the chip. Let me.
Yeah, let's let Brandon do it. So that's how they found out. But I think they were fine with it.
Yeah. I'm glad you're back in today. It was fun to do the show with you yesterday. Very weird, fun, interesting show in the sense of like the entire 8 a.m. hour, one guest in
Right.
studio, and he's like a guy that you and I both followed for a long time.
When I think of like my peak Blazer fandom, like
Yeah.
he is a part of it.
Yeah, he's right in that sweet spot,
Right.
isn't he?
Yeah, like peak Blazer fandom right there. Because it's like, as a media member, you can't like just go crazy. I feel like
You know what's interesting
I
about
can't
that?
be a diehard. Plus the fact that I worked with Blazer, got laid off. Like my diehard died at that moment.
Mm-hmm.
Like just to be fired by your own team is like.
Yeah, it's
there's
going to
be there's gonna be a little hate there.
There's absolutely going to be some hate.
So like
there.
I cannot be a diehard at all, but I do I always love them. Like that's my squad.
Let me ask you this. I don't know why, but it got back to a question Dirt asked me, I think it was about a week ago. Like, if the Blazers won the championship, are you crying? Are you crying when your team wins the title?
I'm not crying.
But you're super happy, obviously,
Yes,
right? Like, you're
right.
celebrating, having a good time.
Yeah, like that's I want that because look, I think it'd be so awesome to like take your kids to like the parade.
Yeah.
Like I think that would be great. Like such a good moment as a father.
Yep.
But I would not cry.
Yeah, I told Dirt I wouldn't cry. I'm not really moved to tears with sports often. It's more like the Tom Rinaldi.
Right.
Or no, is it Tom Rinaldi?
Yeah, Tom Rinaldi.
Yeah, Tom Rinaldi did it.
When he does those stories,
Yeah.
that'll get me into tears. Like, and he
Right.
kept going, even though his dad just died.
The one
I'm
that
like,
got
oh my God.
me, they did like a Sunday sports-centered feature thing. It was the high school hockey team up in Rhode Island.
Oh, the ones with the shooting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
They-
stuff like that will always
Right.
get me. but
Yeah.
the actual sports, like I've only cried. One of my first memories of sports as a kid was the Atlanta Braves losing the '96 World Series. I cried.
yeah,
I was I was more like at a anger cry, devastation because they were up 2-0 in the series. They should have
Right.
won and lost 4 straight.
Yeah.
After that, not really much for me in terms
Yeah.
of crying.
Is Dirt a crier?
He says he would cry. He says if Oregon wins the title or the Blazers win the title, he would
Dirt's
cry.
an emotional softy on the inside.
He is. Yeah.
But his Giants have won too many titles, so he doesn't cry for them.
He won 3 in 5
Right.
years. He didn't cry, I don't think. I don't remember.
But
I
the,
don't know.
the Ducks is
He might have
different,
got
though.
misty when Bumgartner was on the horse, but other than that,
Yeah, maybe. I guess I'd have to text and ask, but I was doing shows with him in that
Yeah.
run, and I don't remember him crying.
I think a lot of people would cry for the Ducks.
Yeah.
If the Ducks won the title.
I mean, it's been
Yeah.
a long journey of trying to get to the top of that mountain.
Right. It's been, 30, what was it, since the Kenny Wheaton pick? 32 years?
I mean, yeah.
Something like that.
And then it doesn't help when a team like Indiana just jumps into the frame.
yeah,
like,
we're going to decide
gonna
here
do it
you
in
go.
year 2.
It took us 2 years.
In 2 years, we're here.
We're undefeated, and now we're just going to
But now everybody's going to Purdue, so doesn't matter.
Well, that's
right.
because they want to win championships. We'll get to
Duh.
that today.
We'll
Duh.
get to
Yeah,
that.
we will get to that today.
That was so I had to fact check that.
It's one of the worst. It's
I legit thought it was AI.
You
I thought-
did?
Yes. Me and Ralph were texting about it.
Yeah.
And I was like, this has to be fake. Like, there's no way you come out and say that.
Can you be fired in a press conference? It's one thing to
I'm
say
sure
a funny line at
somebody might have been
rival.
looking to
Right.
void the contract.
How did you not?
Some board of trustees going, wait, what?
That's a rereading the line and going, that'd be a good line had they not won the championship.
Or like save that for like a booster thing.
A private
Yeah.
booster
Yeah,
thing, and
not
hope
a
that nobody
public
leaks it.
press conference.
Yeah, that was an odd choice.
The PR of people are just crazy. I don't understand.
Well, it's amazing how ill prepared
People are.
people are in sports.
How much in a bubble they are, how much you don't seek out, like especially something like that.
Like, how not one person saw that speech before
Did
and
he not
said, dude, I
like,
wouldn't
go,
do that line. They just won the title.
They just won a football
I
title.
got it, bro. I got it.
You were
I
2
got
and
it.
10
We're
in
good.
football last year. Don't put that line in there.
We only have 3 recognized NCAA team titles in school history. And
easy there, man.
the
What are
last
we
one
doing?
was women's golf in
I know.
2010.
I want to get to
Yeah,
that.
I feel
That-
like
that
sports
was
PR,
hilarious.
just sports PR in general is pretty terrible.
Well, how much of it? Because I've dealt with a lot of PR people in the college and pro side.
Yeah.
I'm always curious how much the PR person is uncomfortable to say the truth, like a friend in a circle of a
Right,
celebrity.
right.
Never saying no, like, you look terrible in that outfit. They'll always say yes. I always think that I would be I wouldn't wear that. You look like an idiot.
And then you're out of the circle.
Maybe, or you come out, you get out of that outfit, you dress like a normal person, and everyone's like, dude, he looks sharp, clean, totally like normal. Everybody's looking like an idiot at this thing, and that's his guy. Straighten him out, just like a coach.
Right.
Which I wouldn't say that. You know what I mean? Like, I'd scrap that from your speech. Good call. Good call.
It's hard because you are right. Like, if you speak the honest truth, a lot of times, I would guess in this type of circumstance in sports or like celebrity, you'd be booted out right away.
Probably, yeah.
It's like you do have to toe the line, but I feel like all the PR teams are trying to make it like so perfect all the time that it sounds so dumb.
I agree with that. Yeah, and I think there's a way to
It's the
drum
fine
up
line, right?
excitement for your program and like if you want to take a shot, I guess you can, but like it's really hard to take a shot at the team that just literally won the title.
Right, like you couldn't just change like, hey,
The most important national championship in college sports.
It's the only sport that everybody
It's
wants
the sport
to win the
that
most.
pays for everything else.
Exactly.
It's like just change it to Minnesota or something. Like, why did you have to? I mean, I understand.
In-state, I
It's
get
in-state.
it.
I understand it's
You're
your
not going to
rival.
go
rival.
after Notre Dame.
No.
So
No, but I'm saying just go after another Big Ten team.
Yeah.
Illinois, take shots at Illinois.
Yeah, like
And I
Maryland.
don't know if does it hit?
No.
If you go non-rival, does it hit for the fan base? Are they like, oh, of course
well,
you
he
have to
tried
use
to go.
Illinois.
He tried to go big. He struck out.
Yeah, well,
fans hate him.
They want him fired
They
already.
want him fired already.
I know.
Yeah, I know.
Not a
Is this
good
guy-
comment by
is this
him.
guy paying
That's like
attention?
that's like if a new Beeve AD came up like, hey, you know what? You want to win? Don't go to Oregon.
Well, Scott Barnes had some controversial, questionable things he was saying at the end there.
Yeah.
Didn't leave people very.
The Beavs do have 3 baseball national championships fairly recently.
That's not Scott Barnes' doing.
I know.
But yeah, we at least got some titles in us sport, I guess. But yeah, I thought that was an odd statement. I want to get to that a little bit later in the show because I just all time. What are you thinking? in
All-time
this?
bonehead plays.
That reminded. That was the equivalent of Adam Gase's drug eyes, but in word form. Does that make sense? Remember when he showed up to his press conference high as a kite, clearly on something? His eyes kept bugging out the Jets. That was in word form the same thing.
Right, because there's no coming back from that.
No.
There's none.
They need to win a title in one of like the top 4 sports at their
You're right, because Adam Gase,
University.
if he had won, he had to win big quickly
quickly.
to get over and be like, hey, you know, I was overwhelmed. I freaked out that day.
I'm
That's
pretty
all.
sure he said he took like a pill of some sort that was like messing with him a little bit. But I'm not saying it was like something serious.
I took meth
Like
before I
cold
did this.
medicine.
Something.
I took an antihistamine. I took one too many or something.
That to me was the exact same thing. But we'll get to that today. I thought that was hilarious. But I wanted to ask you quickly. So Greg Oden, we have a wall here in our building.
Yeah.
And whenever we have a quote-unquote celebrity, we try to get him to sign the wall. Famously, I think the most famous person on that wall was probably
Benson.
Is it Benson Boone?
It's got to be Benson Boone.
I don't know all the other signatures.
I don't know who's all signed it.
I also know
Most of that stuff goes on when we're long gone, so I don't know.
Well,
who
also the
rolls
Benson
in.
Boone one is big and it's right in the middle.
and he did a drawing.
Yeah, he drew
and
a
it was
face.
before he like really blew up. It was like right before he blew up. So Benson Boone, I don't know if he'll ever be in the building again. But Oden signed it yesterday.
Yeah.
Did you see where he signed it?
Very tall.
So
very high up there.
We had 2 things going on. We had people standing flat-footed on the ground, putting their arm up just to see the distance between where their arm hits and where Greg Oden's arm hits. And it was, for some people, it was like 6 feet difference.
And
It
it's
was
like you have to
crazy.
shoot over that guy.
Yeah.
Like you go in the paint, you got to go floater over that.
Yeah, good luck on that one. Throw that thing super
Yeah.
high. And then we also have a musical stage that we sometimes use, and people were standing on that and still trying to see, and they still weren't coming close to
Right.
it. He really did a very unique thing of, all right, I'll sign it, but let me sign it in an area where nobody else will ever be signing it.
Yeah, you won't be able to, you can't see it clearly either because it's so tall and
Yes.
so high up there. Like you got to get magnifying glasses.
And it's also not an overly big signature. It's a pretty small one considering the size of his hands and all that. He was really fun to talk to. You mentioned being in a sweet spot of Blazer fandom, and he's kind of involved with that. What was your takeaway just getting to meet him and talk to him for an hour?
Yeah, I mean, extremely nice, like friendly, off the air, on the air, all that kind of stuff. There were times where I still felt really bad for him because you can tell there's some sadness in his behind those eyes when he talks about Portland and his time in Portland because he feels like he probably failed the city, which it's not his fault. Like it's not his fault his body broke down, but I also loved the fact, Brandon, like when he talks about like really good players now and really good players then, he would always mention himself with them. And basically you could tell he's like, if I'm healthy, I dominate.
Yeah.
Like he knows it.
Well, he proved it though, right? High school,
Right.
college national
Right.
championship.
But I love that he still has that confidence in himself. It's like, look, like it's not my fault I got hurt. Had I not got hurt, I would have been an all-timer.
Yeah.
And I love that. I just love that confidence. Like he's so certain about it. And I'm certain with it too. Like the 82 games he played
Yeah,
with
what
the
was
Blazers.
the record when he played the 82? Didn't we look this up? And
Well,
it was insane. It was like 50-something.
Yeah, because there's all the
20-something.
fake number is 62 and 20 with the 3 guys.
Is that what it was?
But that's false. As I've gone, and I can read. I've read stuff, and
Uh-huh.
people say it's false, but it is like 50 something, and
They were upper
right,
echelon team
in
when he
the
played.
mid 50s with Roy, Aldridge, and Oden,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like you watch that guy play, and he was awesome, and he still was never healthy.
Yeah.
So that I felt bad. My heart kind of tugged at. I'm like, man, like you can tell there's still some sadness in those eyes of just like, I failed Portland. And it's like, I wish he couldn't feel that way, but I understand why he feels that way. And I think a lot of people would feel that way.
I tried to, during one of the breaks, we were just chatting it up, and I tried to tell him, because he was talking about getting past stuff, and I asked him if he had done therapy, because he sounds like somebody that's done therapy.
Right.
And he had said, oh, yeah, definitely did the therapy thing. And I agree with sometimes when he talks about it, you can kind of feel, damn it, dude, I wish my leg would have stayed good. And I just try to tell him, like, I don't know if it helps you at all, but, like, you did not succeed because of you. You didn't succeed because you had bad luck. Like, you were an absolute menace on the court, to the point where I thought you had told him an off-the-air thing about a friend of yours, and he did have a very sad response. It was, oh, my friend used to go to your house parties, and then you said the guy's name, and then he was like, he's like, that kind of sounds familiar. And then he goes, what I realized about knowing all these stories about meeting people is I met them at parties largely because I wasn't able to play.
Right.
And I was like, oh.
And that's the part that breaks my heart.
And that's a thing that you can kind of see and feel, like, the sadness through him. Also, though, I think he's really come to grips with it wasn't his fault. And that's an important thing, to forgive yourself or to not, be hard on yourself. He also had a line about Donovan that I actually loved. It shows, I think, his mentality of, like, yeah, and I wish he'd dunk on guys more, because, like, that's how he operated.
I think I looked at you just to see what your reaction was, because I was thinking the same thing. Like, yeah, everyone wants him to dunk more.
Hell yeah, that's what we want, man. So, Greg Oden calls Donovan Clingan. Like, hey, young guy, you're good. Dunk the ball more.
Right. And, because it's just like, when you think about Greg Oden when he was here, he's 19, 20, 21, and so he's always getting hurt. And so there is a part of me that's just like, yeah, he's out there partying and stuff because he's just coping with the fact he can't play.
Well, you remember some of the stories that would come out, like the one about his dog on the apartment. Yeah. You remember that one?
Yeah.
And it's like some sad stories that came out.
And so it's like, you saw his face. It's just like, it's good memories, but at the same time, it's bad because he feels like he let people down. And it's just, I don't think Portland views him that way.
I think Portland, all I've gotten, we've had him on twice now.
Yeah.
All I've gotten from people is largely like, I always loved Greg. I was always bummed.
Right.
Dude, he sounds like he's a good dude, man. And I think generally he was very nice to us, to have good conversations off the air. The one I felt, the weirdest I felt about any of it yesterday was when we got done. We had Will Power coming in, so we had this weird, like, change up. We were talking to him, and you were talking to him about the picture we have on the outside of the studio, and it's a cartoon drawing of Aldridge, Roy, and I think, is that Rudy? Is it Rudy on there, or is it one of the other white Euros that we had?
Kriapa.
Yeah, Kriapa. No, there's no Odin on it. And I looked at that and I'm like, oh, I just was thinking, like, damn. And then we were talking about numbers, and he was like, why don't they retire 7? And I was like, I don't know. It's an unofficial retired number that even Carmelo Anthony is not able to have. Right. And he goes, he's like, that's dumb. Because he was asking if Roy was going to get a statue.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't know. He's kind of a lightning rod for some of that stuff. And then he goes, really? That's ridiculous. And then we told him that Aldridge was going to be retired. He's like, yeah, he should be. And that's when I start to feel a little like, I hope he's not, it didn't sound like he cared all that much, but I feel a little weird talking about some of those guys.
Yeah, he definitely sounds like he's in a fine place. Like, I think he's like you said, he's accepted what happened. Because it's not his fault, and it's tough because he would be right up there with all those other guys. Mm-hmm. Like,
I think he knows that. I think that's the thing, is like he kind of knows that. It's like, I'm healthy.
The hype was so real.
Yeah.
When the first year Oden was out, obviously for the whole year, and then going into that second year, that hype was real going into the preseason because I believe the Blazers were 41-41 the year before. Mm-hmm. Like, they kind of overachieved that year, and then Oden coming in, and it's like, man, like, this team legit could be
500 without the big guy.
Right.
Yeah.
And then he's coming in, and then he gets hurt that first game against Andrew Bynum and the Lakers, and it's just like, man, all over again.
You instantly drop to that kind of buoy vibe of like, oh no. I mean, you're never
Blazers
escaping
cursed
that.
Again. And it's just
what did he average
brutal.
again? His numbers were insane, but right before his last injury with the Blazers, when the D Rose was it Chicago, or no, it was I think it was Aaron Brooks. It was an Aaron Brooks floater or something that he tried to block and he came down.
Yeah.
His numbers in that stretch, I think, were insane. They were like 14-14 in that stretch. It's like a really...
His second season?
No, the stretch right before his last injury, when he went down against Either Houston or
Houston.
Yeah,
It was
that's
Houston.
right. It was Houston. He went to block the shot on the floater, landed, leg got tweaked. He's obviously hurt. That was his last one. His numbers going into that game, I want to say he was on a stretch there where it was like
he was the game before he had 13 and 20.
Yeah, like he was putting up monster double doubles, and it was. And I don't remember what their record was, but I feel like they were playing good basketball. He was dominating.
Yeah,
so
the 15 games before that, he was averaging 13 points, 8.5 boards, 2.5 blocks.
Yeah.
Team was 10-5.
Yeah. So it's like when he plays,
and that's like again,
he's holding it down.
As we talked about, like he hadn't played much basketball. He's still averaging 2.5 blocks, like almost a double double, and it's based off pure athleticism.
I know.
Like he hadn't even figured out. He even talked about that. Like we talked about just the skills that he had and what he would play like today. He's like, I didn't have time to develop it because I was always hurt. So I was just trying to rehab and get on the court. So that's those skills. That's without like working on things. Like pure athleticism, just dominating everything.
Yeah.
Without actually figuring out how to play basketball.
Yeah, it's
one of the biggest unknowns. Just
it's one of those some Blazer fans will go as far as like we would have won the title. And I'm like, I don't know about that, but like,
well, that was the talk. I mean,
we'd have been a conversation for it for sure.
Jay Billis, I'll never forget. He's like, this isn't like a one championship. This is multiple championships that the Blazers are looking at when they drafted him.
My wife didn't know the backstory, and I was talking about that yesterday. Went out and she goes, "Oh, they picked him number 1." And I was like, "Yeah." Kevin Durant was number 2, and she goes, "Oh." I was like, "Yeah." that was.
I will still say I think it was the right pick.
I mean,
that's the pick you make, especially at that time.
It was obviously the most popular pick to make.
Like at that time,
you had a couple voices dissenting from it, but largely it was the majority.
See, at that time, I don't think there's even a choice. You take Greg Oden.
But like Ben Oliver was one of the rare, like, you got to go Kevin Durant.
Right.
Dude's an elite 7-foot scorer
that we've never really seen before. Because
I know
it was like Dirk was the only one that was tall that kind of like had some guard skills.
Yeah. Yeah, you had a couple of dissenting voices, but for the most part, the vast majority of everybody was like, we got to go Greg Oden here. We got Roy, we got Aldridge. It only makes sense. It's good team building.
Aldridge and Oden on the front line.
Yeah.
Like you throw that against, because there was, hey, how do you guard Andrew Bynum? Like how do you go against him? Because he was the big stud for the Lakers.
Bynum, I forgot that run.
Dude, he had a run. He had a run there where
I remember he gave it to Shaq in one of Shaq's return games. They had like a
dunked on him. Yeah,
they had like back-to-back possessions. They went at each other.
He was
great.
like 17.
Yeah, dude, he was unbelievable. And then talk about injuries. There's another one right there.
And he just went away.
Good news about Greg Oden. He wants to join us on like a real consistent basis once hoop season comes, and then we might be getting him on during the Oregon-Ohio State week because he came in with his Buckeye gear, and dude, he doesn't care if you're a Duck fan. He'll let you know he's a Buckeye.
Yeah.
Which is great.
Who's gonna...
Yeah, that was the other thing is like...
You got to challenge him on that one?
Well, I know like Stevie Fire, you played at Concordia, right?
Yeah.
Anybody that ever had dreams or was a pretty good basketball player, you stand next to him and you quickly realize how far away from the dream you are. And that was like a 45-pound less
he has
non-athletic version of him. He looks great.
He is,
Somebody said he's aging in reverse. They reached out and said he looked older when he got drafted, and he looks younger now. And I go, well, if you believe in the power of stress to the human body, seems less stress nowadays versus what he was when he got injured. So good stuff from Greg Oden yesterday. You can check that out on 1051thefan.com podcast. Stephen Vaughn in. Let's get it going. Let's start. 2 franchise quarterbacks dueling it out last night in the Hall of Fame game? Who saw that coming? We'll start there. Good to be with you on this Friday. 1051 The Fan.
McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
If you've been arrested for DUI, you need a team of attorneys you can put your trust in. Call Reynolds Defense Firm today online at reynoldsdefensefirm.com. First on the Fan. It took nearly 6 hours, but finally Multnomah County voted 4-1 to approve a $101 million contribution to the financing package for Moda Center renovations. The city of Portland will vote on their share this Wednesday. Panthers rookie quarterback Hayes King stealing the show at the Hall of Fame game. He ran in the game-winning touchdown as time expired, giving Carolina a 33-30 win over the Cardinals. King finished 21 of 34, 180 yards, had 2 passing touchdowns. The offensive onslaught from the Timbers rolled right into League's Cup play. Portland put up 4 goals in the first half, cruising to a 5-2 rout of Puebla to open up group play. Chris Bassett, Ariel Lassiter, each scoring twice in the victory. Club America comes to Providence Park this Sunday. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
All right, welcome back in. 627, Portland Sports Leader 105.1, The Fan. We have 2 guests today. We're doing the back-to-back guest thing. I need you to make a note of this. Never again. I am not doing the back-to-back thing ever again.
You got to tell me when you book guests.
I'm pretty sure I told you about that one before you booked the other one. I think the time frame
I had
for
sent the
ESPN.
request out before you had done
Yeah,
that.
I mean, I'm not mad at you. I'm just letting you know, like, we're never doing back-to-back guests again. This will be the last day. We did it yesterday with an hour of Odin, and then we had Will Power in, who was really fun to meet. That's somebody I had, I don't watch all the Indy races, but I had followed him and knew he won the 2018 Indy 500. So it was nice to meet and talk to those guys in person. Today we got Mike Sando at 8. We'll talk about his quarterback tier article. Somebody responded and said, Bo tier 3, guy doesn't know ball. And I'm like, it's not him ranking him. It quite literally says when you scroll right there, 50 execs coaches give their rankings. So I like how Mike Sando, I'm going to ask him about that, how much he gets lumped in with these tiers of like, how dare you put my guy in tier 3, in tier 4. Mike Sando will join us at 8. And then coming up at 8:27, Tisha Thompson of ESPN, The Investigative Branch. 30 for 30 on Shohei Ohtani and the gambling going on with his interpreter. So we'll talk with her about the work she's doing and a new 30 for 30 coming out. A lot to get to in the radio program. Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague is loaded, and we'll get to that coming up at the top. But let's start. We had an NFL game last night, by the way. Hit the TV. I just want to ask, did it move? Did it?
Not the way that it should have.
Whoa.
Was it going reverse?
Yeah, wait. I need a little more info on this one.
Especially after that first quarter of punts.
I mean, it's the first series of a game that shouldn't be played. None of these teams are running real plays. They're basic plays.
I think it moved more for Swag for the Timbers.
I mean,
Later
Obviously.
on it did.
as we can see.
Yeah.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, the match was over in the first half of that soccer
It
melee.
was.
The football match.
The football
The
match.
footy.
Yeah.
Yes.
It did for me in the sense of, like, I never care past, like, 10 minutes.
Right.
Dude, when you give me the intro music, you give me the Tarico, the Collinsworth, a football field, and the uniforms with the helmets on, you're going to get me for 10 minutes. And then last night ended up being kind of reverse. It was like you could turn that off and say, this game does suck. And the minute you did that, it got really good.
Yeah, like there was a couple throws that the quarterbacks had where it's just like that usually doesn't happen in the preseason or like at least in the Hall of Fame game because those are usually terrible games.
Usually, yes, absolutely.
And, Carson Beck had a couple nice throws. But well, it is what it is.
That's franchise quarterback Carson Beck.
That's
by the
right.
way.
Future Hall of Famer. I do love the coverage now. All the NFL bros are like, man, did you see that? Something special cooking in Arizona. Something cooking.
I don't know about Bryce Young, man. Haynes King seems to really have it.
Haynes King. Hey, bro, you know what? He played Georgia Tech. He took Georgia deep to 5 overtimes that one game.
He did, yeah.
I get it. It's fun. But you're right. It's just like hearing the music, watching the NFL team, seeing the logos back. It's like, all right, we made it.
It's just good to know how close we are is all that is.
Right,
It's a reminder.
because the summer is just so brutal sometimes.
Yeah.
And this summer especially has been brutal with the Blazer stuff and the Moda Center. Like,
It's been more Debbie Downer sports
and the college
things.
football like litigation stuff and all the stuff going to the courts. It's just like, man, I need some football. I need some football back. So I'm with you. It was nice to see, and then you just add on, hey, it was a fun little ending there.
Beck was 15 of 19 for 188. We joke, but legitimately, I think people in Arizona today, if you're doing an Arizona radio show,
if I'm a Cardinal fan, I'm psyched.
Are you not saying, why is he not going to be the starter week one? Let's get him in. He's ready to go, even though you know he played against...
As Suk said, they played against a bunch of Jason Sucanics.
I mean, there's a lot of those guys that won't be in the league in like 2 weeks.
It's like summer league for the NBA.
It absolutely is.
Where it's worse than G League basketball.
Can I ask you, how many times have you encountered the guy looked big in college, and then for some reason when he gets to the NFL, he looks much smaller?
A lot of times.
So one player I always come back to on this one is former UW receiver Reggie Williams.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Early 2000s. You remember him? Absolute monster. When he got to the NFL, I think he went to Jacksonville.
Yep.
I remember seeing him in preseason, and I was like, God, I didn't know how small he was. I thought he was...
Yeah, just like another guy.
Because in college, he's running an in route against Washington State. So, I'm like, oh, he's built pretty well. And that's without looking up, the measurements and all the heights and all that stuff. Haynes King did that to me last night. I'm watching him, and I'm like, dude, I thought Haynes King...
Because he would run around, kind of run some people over sometimes.
You mentioned the Georgia game. Those are all NFL players. He's rumbling in to get a touchdown. And I never thought he looked tiny. And then last night, he's kind of running around. I'm like, God, he looks really small out there.
You're right, because Haynes King had a couple moments at Georgia Tech where it's like, yeah, he's a slow scrambler. And he wasn't afraid to contact.
Yeah.
And then he did look small, but I tell you what, still got in on that play.
He did get on that play. Got a walk-off touchdown in the NFL Hall of Fame game. That's all we can ask for, guys.
Does he get in a regular season game ever? Do you think this was his legit only NFL moment he'll ever have?
Ever have? No. I mean, are you counting if he has to come into the third quarter because Bryce is already hurt and Pickett gets hurt and he plays, whether he plays good or bad? Are you counting that as a moment?
Sure.
No, I don't think last night's his only one.
Okay. So you think he gets in a regular season game?
I wonder if there are teams looking at him the way they did
Taysom Hill?
Taysom Hill. Could he potentially be that for a team?
According to Sean Payton, that's franchise quarterback level Taysom Hill for the New Orleans Saints. Don't you ever forget that quote is real. And I laughed. I was like, Sean Payton, you're smart. Come on. What are we doing? Taysom Hill, your franchise quarterback? Get out of here.
You mean the fullback Taysom Hill?
Yeah, exactly.
Who
they'd masquerade as a quarterback.
Because I feel like Hayes King has that mentality where if somebody came to him and asked him, hey, why don't you
He threw it 34 times last night.
They let him sling it.
He was a baller.
He only ran 3 times. It's kind of it was the opposite of what I expected to see. Once I found out Haynes King was a Panther, which, by the way, did you know going in Haynes King was a Panther?
Did he get drafted in the 7th round, or was he just a free agent?
I can't pretend to know, Swigard. The Hall of Fame game gives you names and people you remember or you've never heard of. Keaton Slovis played last night.
Undrafted, by the way.
Undrafted. There you go.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Keaton Slovis was in that game. That's friend of the program, Keaton Slovis. I told Keaton Slovis to his face, he was too hot. He was way too hot. He showed up at Pac-12 Media Day, sat down. I'm like, geez, dude, you're too good looking. And he's like, what? And I was like, you're too good looking. And he couldn't succeed at USC. Had to go to Pittsburgh.
Haynes King, 5th fastest 40 time of the NFL Combine for a quarterback.
Oh, really?
4.46.
How about that?
I bet there's some scheming football GM somewhere saying if he's
some mad scientist offensive
available. Yeah, we can do all this crazy stuff with him.
That's also the same as what I'm saying of he looked smaller in the pros than he did in college. I didn't know Haynes King was that fast. You said 6th fastest at the Combine?
5th fastest.
5th fastest at the Combine?
Quarterbacks.
Yeah, for quarterbacks.
Yeah. Okay,
sorry,
all right. Of quarterbacks. I'm like, what? Haynes King's that fast?
Yeah, 4.46.
Who is your favorite Hall of Famer in this class?
Larry Fitzgerald.
Larry Fitz. Over Drew Brees, huh? And Luke Kuechly?
This is a great class.
I was really happy. I'm obviously a little biased. Roger Craig should be in the Hall of Fame.
I couldn't believe Roger Craig wasn't in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I know. He's the first 1,000 guy, multiple Super Bowl winner with the 49ers, a great running back in the day.
I thought all the main guys from the Bill Walsh era were in.
Now, when they show up to the house for the knock and the telling them, the older players who don't get in with the vote, they get in with the
veterans,
the the exemptions.
Doesn't matter. You're in.
Right.
You get a bust. You're in there.
But have you seen the Roger Craig one?
That was all of the other 49er Hall
Haley
of Famers.
And Ronnie Lott show up to his house. They knock on the door. He answers it. Ronnie Lott's in a gold jacket, and Roger Craig is like, "What's up, man?" And he goes, "You made it." And then he goes, "What?" And then he hugs him, and like, he had no clue he was showing up, huh? And then you see the gold jacket, you don't put that together?
Nah, just your boy coming to hang out with you, I guess.
I guess everything's a production at this point. I don't know. Hall of Fame,
It's all for the gram, bro.
It is all for the gram. You're not wrong on that. Are we buying Cardinal or Panther stock on this game?
No.
Neither one?
No. I mean, for what?
Panthers are the defending champions of the division.
Sure, I guess. Like
8-9.
With the Falcon win making it the reason they got in because they lost to the Bucs in the last week of the season.
I mean, maybe the Panthers might win it again.
Do you like the Panthers? Because I don't know if I'm all in on the Panther thing. I'm not a Bryce Young guy.
No,
I'm not in on sustained Bryce Young success.
Yeah, because the games he'd play well in, you'd be like, oh, okay, he carved up the Rams pretty well, and then you'd play against the Bucs and he couldn't complete a pass.
They had a couple games in the regular season where it was just like their offense went off.
Yeah.
But no, I'm not buying it.
A big part of that was Rico Dowdle, too. Had like a great year filling in for, I forget the guy's name, the backup. Dowdle was the backup in that.
Chuba Hubbard.
Chuba Hubbard, yeah, thank you. So you had, that happened. Other than that, I don't know how much I'm buying the Panthers in the division. But it was nice to have a Hall of Fame game at least worthy of watching.
Normally it doesn't keep your interest in the second half.
So I'm saying it was the reverse. The first quarter was 0-0.
First quarter was
which is why the total was 35 and a half or whatever it was, 34 and a half, and
you thought you were sitting pretty.
Yeah. I mean,
we thought we were sitting pretty because I watched and I was like, hey, Steven nailed it.
The first quarter they didn't score. I'm like, dude,
no points.
What? I'm not
34 in the second quarter, and you're like,
nah.
What happened?
When you got to 34 at the half, I'm like, well, there goes that.
And it's done.
Yeah. Welcome to sports gambling, where at any given moment, it's all over. It was just nice to have on the television. And look, I saw the beginning. I was out at a happy hour, saw the beginning, watched the first half, got home, and I'm like, you know what? Let's see what's going on. They scored some points, kept it on in the background, saw the walk-off touchdown from Haynes.
End of the first quarter, I was like, all right, I'm going to go see my dad, and I was cooking him ribs. He hadn't had ribs for I don't know how many months, so took him up the ribs during the second quarter. Got back, I was like, oh, we got a game. But then,
what time did the Timbers match start?
7:30.
Oh, okay, so this kind of lines up to where you could miss the first couple minutes of that.
So
catch the end of this football game.
I sort of went back and forth, and then I had the Fire game on the second screen.
Damn right.
I don't know if there is a more depressing sports team when I have to watch them play than the Arizona Cardinals. And I know there's some bad ones out there. You're going to give me, you rattle off a list of teams.
The Mariners?
Well, we looked this up. The Cardinals are...
You said that, not me. Usually that's something I'd say.
The Cardinals are like the oldest franchise with the least amount of Hall of Famers.
Yes.
In the NFL. Like, they have hardly any Hall of Famers in the actual Hall of Fame.
I have to think about this now. Hall of Famers for the Arizona Cardinals. Larry Fitz.
Well, like, do you count...
Aeneas Williams?
Yes, Aeneas Williams.
Williams.
A Cardinal.
Do you count Emmett Smith? Like, he's
No.
played for the Cardinals?
No,
that's the thing.
Who do you go in as?
So I think it was like 20. There's like 21 guys who ultimately played with the Cardinals that are in the Hall of Fame, which is like 20 less than any other franchise.
And
but
how
which
many
one of them are like real Cardinals?
played the
There's
bulk
like
of
three.
their careers there?
Three
or four.
That's so sad. The Panthers got a lot?
Well, it's Kuechly.
Kuechly, yeah.
Well, they haven't been around all
Right.
that long.
They're for the 90s. So
I know, but they've had some good teams.
yeah.
It's like Sam Mills. Like, do you count him
Steve
as a
Smith.
Panther?
Yeah, Steve Smith.
Steve Smith's in the Hall of Fame, right? NFL Network?
Reggie White. He's a Panther.
He
I
was a
forgot he
Panther.
played for the Panthers when looked this up. Dude.
Those early Panther teams were sneaky talented. When they
Kerry
came in,
Collins?
Kerry Collins came
Jake
in there.
Delhomme
Yeah,
took
Jake
him to the
Delhomme.
Super Bowl.
Well, we didn't know Jake Delhomme was going to do that, but yeah, they had some good teams back then. The Cardinals to me, every time I see them, and they've had some good seasons, I instantly get depressed. Like, oh, the Cardinals.
Right. And now they're in like the toughest division of football, so it's just like they stand no chance.
Largely, you're right. Yeah, on that. Carson Beck balled out though. Nice little night for Carson Beck as the Panthers.
He's the biggest winner by far.
By far.
But yeah, don't you think?
I think it's fair. Haynes King had himself a nice night though, and he got the walk-off touchdown.
Yeah, but no one's like, hey, Haynes King's my guy.
I mean,
You're
Beck
right
got
there.
drafted high. He's going to be on that roster, but I think
He's the backup to Brissett, isn't he?
Gardner Minshew.
Gardner Minshew's there.
Come on.
Don't mess
Pac-12.
with Minshew magic.
If Brissett goes down, you're starting Gardner Minshew.
I thought you're my Pac-12 guy. Let's go.
I love Gardner
Patrick's
Minshew.
going to come in early and have words with you.
He's on vacation. I don't need another fan host having words with me
Whoa.
on the air.
Whoa. You have an official statement?
Yeah, I guess I'm Ray Rice.
Or another guy.
Yeah. Whatever. Cardinals lose the Hall of Fame. It was nice to have it on the TV. That's all I'm saying. Gets me hyped that football season's right around the corner. We have a lot more to get into. Cafe Day, Dirt and Sprague at the top of the hour. We're back with more on 105.1 The Fan. All right, welcome back in. We got the Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague. We'll open that up coming up at 7 a.m. Mike Sando going to join us at 8. Tisha Thompson at 8:27. Loaded little Friday show here for you. Before we get to the cafe, I want to continue the NFL chatter, and I want to throw something at you, Steven, and I want to know what you think about this, because I'm throwing something at you. We were talking about this before the show started, of Buster Olney said last night's Red Sox-White Sox game that went 11 innings and ended in a walk-off. He proclaims it's one of the greatest regular season baseball games in the history of the sport. And Buster Olney's far more versed in that category than I ever will be.
He would know more than I do.
Absolutely. I'm not making fun of Buster Olney. It seemed like a great game. I saw the highlights. But I don't know how many things I can remember the top of my head when you put that category. Like I asked you, what's the best regular season Blazer game in the last 5 years?
I had a hard time thinking of one.
There's some good games,
They beat the Thunder last year. I remember at the start of the year. That was pretty cool.
That's right. I think they came back in that game and won the game.
But it's like I don't remember like a bunch of specifics from that game. I just remember they beat the Thunder.
Exactly. You can't. A lot of us can't conclude what the best
because it's like
is of what we've seen.
They won game 2 against the Spurs, but that's the playoffs. Like I remember that game, but that doesn't count because it's not regular season.
It meant a little more, but yeah, it's not a regular season game. So I'm going to throw a stat at you, okay? And I want to ask you. Swag, you can play this game too, because I don't know if you'll come up with something else. I saw this from Warren Sharp, and it did blow my mind. 20 sack seasons since 2017, okay? Now, this is going along with pressure, with rate of double teams. So you had Myles Garrett get 23 sacks last year and break the record.
Yep.
He was double teamed 30% of the time. TJ Watt owned the record at 22.5. He was double teamed 17% of the time. Wow. Cam Hayward, you deserve a raise. Aaron Donald, who's probably coming back for the Rams, it feels like it's officially unofficial, but it's close to being official. In 2018, he had 20.5 sacks. He was double-teamed 64%. And I saw that, and I did like I knew Aaron Donald was awesome. Probably the greatest DT ever. Dare I ask, is that the greatest defensive line season of all time in NFL history?
Yeah.
It's pretty close. I think you'd have to go.
He's that close to the sack record, and he's more than double the double team rate percentage.
And he's going to be on the inside.
And he's the DTs never get that many sacks.
Right.
So we already knew how great he was.
I would say yeah.
It
has to be.
He was dominant in a way Reggie White was dominant in his best years with the Packers, maybe some with the Eagles, where it didn't matter what you...
He was going to get to the quarterback.
He would eventually figure it out and blow you up in the second half.
Like if you could give me some Reggie White stat, but outside of that, because it's way better than the Myles Garrett season in my mind. Like to be only lose out by 2.5 sacks, but to be double teamed basically twice as much.
Yeah.
Like I would say that's a much better season than Myles Garrett. Not saying Myles Garrett had a bad season, awesome season, but
and I would say Myles is a little bit more dependable against the run. Donald sometimes would.
I mean, he's clogging the middle though on the run play, right?
No,
if he's
I understand
getting double
that.
teamed, he's just clogging lanes.
Plus, you also add the pressure of the Cleveland defense to have to do everything to give yourself even the remote chance of winning a football game.
Right, because the offense is pretty atrocious.
And turns it over all the damn time.
Dude, Reggie White, I mean, it's just nuts. 13-18, 21-18, 11-14, 15-14, 13-12,
That's
11 and 16.
Crazy.
That's
just consistently awesome.
He was just he just wrecked things.
He only had he only had 2 seasons in his entire career where he finished below double-digit sacks. 1994 in Green Bay, in 1996.
And did he miss any significant time with injury in either of those?
No. Just for some reason, like the 96 team, wasn't that the Super Bowl winning team? Or no? Yeah. 96, they beat the Patriots.
That seems right, yeah.
I mean, it says he played 16 games.
Okay.
8.5 sacks, and then his other one was 8 in 94.
Yeah, they beat him in 97, so it would have been 96.
96 season, yeah. So surprisingly had a kind of a down year for himself the year that they ended up winning the Super Bowl, but he's Defensive Player of the Year twice. Obviously, he finished DPOY second 3 times. He finished third 3 times. Like, the Minister of Defense, by the way, is an all-time nickname.
That's a great nickname.
And that's the thing I think what's Myles Garrett's nickname?
I don't know that he has one.
Have we not got? We've lost our creative nickname prowess. It's now just initials and last names.
The initials one bothers me
because it's not a nickname.
That's social media because you only have so many characters to send out, and you can't get.
Well, then why aren't the old people coming up with it? If it's your
they're
era,
not on social media. They're just on Facebook.
His nickname is Superman or Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard anybody?
I've never heard
Miles Garrett
anybody
Bigfoot?
in a broadcast use either of those.
Me either.
Superman also has been used by 7,000 people.
Mostly NBA guys.
Yeah.
And they're usually centers.
Shaq.
Dwight Howard.
Yeah, Dwight Howard and Shaq, yeah, which created a beef because they use the same nickname. I saw that stat yesterday and it absolutely blew my mind. Like, I knew he had that season. I didn't know the double team rate percentage, and it being 64% it's nonsense.
If he's there opposite and then Garrett's on the outside, and they still have one of the two rookies because they had Verse and then there was another rookie on the defense. I can't remember if it was a lineman or a linebacker, but there were two of them they drafted that year. They drafted Verse.
They have Byron Young.
Yeah.
And they still have, is it Fisk?
Yeah,
Fisk and Verse,
that's
the two
one.
Florida State guys. Yeah.
So,
I mean, that defense is going to be nasty. And they went on, they got McDuffie as well.
If Donald comes back and he can play half the defensive snaps.
I don't know what to put into that, too. It's like, it's not a lack of believing in Aaron Donald still being Aaron Donald. It's just like he sat for, 2 seasons?
He sat for 2 seasons.
He retired in March of 24.
And I know
so he did, last played was 23.
Well, it's not like he's been just sitting on the couch.
Well, I know. He's obviously kept his body in top.
So it's just a matter of,
it's basically, can you get him ready for the playoffs? Right?
I mean, not saying that's a
Yeah,
and that's
play
about
your
what
way
it
into
is.
it. See how much stamina, endurance, and that you can. But
because they were so close last year,
they're 5 yards away.
Right.
If they pick up the fourth down,
if they don't give up that 2-point conversion in the regular season, they get a home game against the Seahawks in the playoffs.
I do love how if we don't give up. You mean the play where Charbonnet grabbed the ball to hand to the official and had no idea he scored?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like if that one of the craziest plays that we've ever. Speaking of regular season games,
that's one I'll always remember because they were getting embarrassed at home in that game.
Right.
Wearing the Oregon Duck uniform.
The NFL's the only league that I remember at regular season games
because it's the one we probably care about
Rams, Chiefs,
far and away.
Rams Chiefs Monday night.
College football will give you that.
College football.
Great regular season games between two giant
because there's less
teams.
games.
Exactly.
But
and there's less great games. For a particular team. Now you have
no, you're right because in the NBA you're going to get great games night in and night out.
You do. I agree with that. But think of a Sunday in the NFL. We're really close, right? Yesterday we had the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah.
How many on average good to great games do you think we get on an average basis in the NFL to you guys? Because I think we end up with 3 a week.
I was going to say the over-under is 2.5.
I think it's at 3. Yeah, I would.
But college
say 3.
football, you have how many more teams?
Well, how many games are you watching, right? Are you just watching the marquee games? Are you watching your team games, G6, G4, whatever, or Power 4, whatever, how many
I'm watching Temple UMass, you know that.
Well, you're a sick degenerate, absolutely. And you probably had the over, too.
That's right. I had Temple last year over UMass.
Oh, did you?
There
you go.
We were talking about it. But that's the thing. The NFL, football's got it right. I tell you what, I'll always remember this Hall of Fame game. When I think of the Hall of Fame game, I think of Haynes King.
I'm going to do this. If both of us...
We need to write this down next year. Hey, what happened in the Hall of Fame game last year?
If Odyssey doesn't fire me the next calendar year, I am texting you right before the Hall of Fame game. Hey,
what happened last
year? You're like, I'll never forget. We hosted together in the Haynes King
game.
Never
forget.
Hashtag never forget. Loaded second hour of the radio program. We move on. Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague, hour number 2 on the Fan.
Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, quite the start to the NFL season. The Hall of Fame game going down to the final play. Panthers rookie quarterback Hayes King ran it in from 3 yards out for the touchdown, and Carolina beat the Cardinals 33-30. King finished 21 of 34 for 180 yards, 2 passing touchdowns, and the game winner on the ground. The Timbers just keep rolling. League's Cup play starting, and the Timbers put up 4 goals in the first half, cruising to a 5-2 rout of Puebla. Bassett and Lassiter each had a brace in the victory. Portland will welcome Club America to Providence Park this Sunday. Carla late everywhere for the Portland Fire Thursday night. They built a 27-point third-quarter lead on their way to a 97-83 win over the Tempo. It ended their 5-game losing streak. Late finished with 27 points and 11 assists. Portland will host the Seattle Storm on Saturday. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Welcome back in. Hour number 2. Dirt and Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. We got Stephen Vaughn hanging out with us. Day 2. Day dose. Mm-hmm. He's pulling double duty today as well. He'll be hopping on with Isaac and Suk at prime time today. And he's going to go take a little napski after the show and then come back. So you get a lot of Stephen Vaughn today.
That's right. No Isaac today, too.
Oh, Isaac's out?
Isaac's out.
Where's he going?
I don't really know.
What's he
Did
doing?
he have to play golf in some tournament?
Yeah, it was
a golf tourney?
It was a golf thing.
I'm guessing that's the case.
Yeah, it's a golf.
If I had to guess.
Swag.
It's always golf with that guy.
Swag. Really? You? Come on. You'd do it, too. You'd be gone if you could.
Yeah.
To golf? Come on. I can't fault anybody for it.
No.
A lot to get to in the second hour of the radio program. Let's open up the cafe. We got a lot of stuff in the cafe.
It's Friday. We should be having some great specials on a Friday.
We do. It's a biscuits and gravy Friday.
Ooh.
The gravy
like
train
that.
rolling in. Do you like biscuits and gravy, Stephen?
Love it, man.
Do you?
Love it, yeah.
One of your favorites?
Yeah, because when you get a good one, it's delicious. You get the good gravy on it. Whew.
Do you make a gravy? Do you
No,
do it at home?
No,
Oh.
I can't do that.
You're not a cook?
Not like that.
You got a pretty simple sausage gravy recipe I could give you.
See, I don't want simple, though. It's got to have some.
It's really good.
Okay.
Just a little milk, butter, a little
Milk,
seasoning.
butter, flour. You make a roux.
Yeah, you just make
Put
a roux.
the milk in, get the
super
gravy
easy.
going. It's
You'd
all
be
about the
stunned.
spices.
Your wife can't do it one morning. Your family's hungry. You'd be stunned how quick and easy it is to make. Like, that's all it took, huh?
I'd
The
just go
harder
to Pine
part's
State.
doing the homemade biscuits.
Can't be pints.
Homemade biscuits, that requires a little effort.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'd rather just go to Pine State because I know it's going to be unbelievable.
Yeah, you're not wrong for pointing that out. But cafe's buzzing today. We've got biscuits and gravy, a loaded second hour of the radio program. Let's get it going.
Here's a loose pass. Velda could be off here. Plays to Costa. Nice ball into Costa's pads. And Costa chance to shoot. Plays it across. Bassett. Goal! That is a clinical counterattack, ladies and gentlemen. 4-1 at the end of the first half. Velda to the Costa. Finally to Bassett for a tap-in. And it's all Portland.
There's the Timbers, as heard here on 105.1
That's
The Fan.
right. Fletcher Johnson.
In the League's Cup, Fletcher Johnson on the call does an exceptional job. Timbers beat Puebla in the League's Cup. They were up 4-1 at half, won 5-2. They play Club America Sunday night.
Yeah,
in the
Club
League's
America
Cup.
I think they beat FC San Diego 3-1 yesterday.
Okay, are we going to win that match?
This will be, if they win this,
He knows.
then
I know. I don't know.
They're almost a lock for the knockout round.
Okay. And what happens if we win the League's Cup?
Then they get qualified for, what's it called? It's a CONCACAF.
I was going to say CONCACAF as a joke, and then you said
No,
that.
it's a
How about that?
CONCACAF Continental Club Tournament.
Oh, that's pretty easy to remember.
I don't know what that. remember the actual name of it is.
Okay.
But
Carla Late, high left side, screen from DeLeo with a burst to the foul line with 3 seconds, back away, 18-footer. Late splashes it with 1.2 entry fee. Pinky Rice, no shot. And Carla Late gives the Portland Fire a game-high 14-point halftime lead.
Little double duty Odyssey Sports yesterday. That's AJ Cannell and Portland Fire Radio on 910 ESPN. Carla Late's jumper at the end of the first half. Really, no worries in this one. Stevie Fire, you come through. The Fire dominate the Toronto Tempo and win 97-83.
Yeah, they don't call me Stevie Fire for no reason. They were great. They were great last night. Tempo, I believe, have now lost like
terrible.
eight in a row. The Fire had lost 5 in a row coming into the game, but tell you what, the Fire Pit's a tough place to play.
It is.
Yeah.
The crowd gets into it. They actually play a lot better.
Second and third quarter, the Fire just put on a clinic.
Yeah, they've been bad since SAB has been out, but
I mean, she's a pretty good player.
she's good. Yeah, she's one of their best players. So, but Carla Late is awesome. Shawarma, as I call him, Sarama, the head coach, he's great. The Fire's fun, man. Mm-hmm. They're a terrible team.
Did you see Greg yesterday? Did they show him on the broadcast?
I didn't see him. Again, it was on the second screen.
Okay.
But I didn't see any crowd shots necessarily or focusing in on.
I'm assuming they put him on the big screen at some point.
Probably
anyway.
in the arena, I would think you would have to.
They better have.
Yeah, Fire snapped their losing streak and beat the Tempo.
Order up. 4.8 to go. Stephanie Talbot to inbound for Las Vegas. And Tosso had nearly thrown away. Gray, an opportunity. Cash!
Chelsea Gray, pump fake, just walks into a 3. We're in overtime in Naptown.
Clark, her pass taken away by Wilson. Shot clock off. 3 seconds. Chelsea Gray for 3. Yes, ma'am!
Are you kidding me?
Prime Video on the call. Chelsea Gray with the bucket to send it to overtime. The Aces in Indiana come back from 20 down. Aja Wilson really the star of the second half. Gray hit the shots. Aja Wilson had 18 points in the second half. And Clark a little bit of struggles at the end of the fourth quarter and in overtime. And they blow the 20-point lead. Aces get the win.
Yeah, so Chelsea Gray hits the buzzer beater to send it to overtime and then hits the game-winning 3.
Did you watch this one, Stevie?
Yeah, I had it on during prime time. Caitlin Clark did not play very well. She hit 2 threes late in the fourth quarter, and then she shot a terrible one with 14 on the shot clock when they were up. And then, of course, that last play where she goes against Aja Wilson and then just gets absolutely just manhandled and tossed to the ground. Not a foul. Should not have been a foul call, by the way.
Yeah.
Loose ball, just get off of me, little Caitlin Clark. But Caitlin Clark, dude, she's good. But sometimes when she plays these really good teams, she struggles a little bit. And you saw that at the end of the game. She hit a couple shots, and then she's feeling herself. Made some bad plays.
It's setting up
and
to
missed
be
2 free throws too.
And the free throws, yeah. It's setting up to be a nice little postseason. That was a great game last night.
Order up.
Up the middle, base hit. Here he comes. Sogard rounding to throw home, and the Sox win again. What a wild ride on a roller coaster tonight. And that's 8 in a row and another sweep.
That's Dave O'Brien, Red Sox TV on Nesson. Caleb Durbin, walk-off hit for the Red Sox in the 11th against the White Sox. So they won the Sox off. They have won 30 of their last 35 games. And let me point this stat out to you. They were 0-26 this season when trailing by 4 or more runs. That also snapped. Are the Red Sox going to – what's happening here?
I mean, this is insane.
This is one of the hottest moments we've ever seen.
If this continues all the way, I don't know if they can chase down the Rays, but if they overtake the Yankees and make things tight with the Rays at the end of the season, how Chad Tracy's not manager of the year in the American League is beyond me.
They're the first team since 1961 to sweep 6 different opponents who entered the series in first place in their division. Like, they're not just beating bad teams, they're beating
they're beating quality teams.
They're beating good teams. And now you add Adley? I mean, come on.
They took the Dodgers apart in Dodger Stadium.
They did. They have Dodger fans panicked right now by how they beat them. They're only a half game back of the Yankees, by the way.
Will they face any of the pitchers in the playoffs that they faced in that series?
Did they
for the
peak
Dodgers?
too early?
I wondered that a couple days ago.
Can they keep this going? Maybe not at this pace, but
because there's still quite a bit of the season left.
Yeah. Well, fortunately for them, they've got the Rays to chase down. They're right there with the Yankees, so they're battling for some home field advantage and possibly.
It's almost good that they started out so bad because they
Yeah.
still have to keep
'Cause
they
they're
have to
not
put their
there
foot on
yet.
the pedal. You know what I'm saying? Like they can't take it off.
Yeah, where are they at in the wild card?
like they're second. They're
Yeah,
pretty
they are.
safe.
That's the thing. For how
They're
good they've been,
second.
they're still, like you
But
said,
they're
still
right there with
chasing.
the Yankees, so they're only.
They're 6.5. Hold on.
But they got a nice cushion from falling
Yeah, they're
out.
6.5 up on the Rangers, who are
Yeah.
third in the wild
The
card.
third wild card spot is way back.
And this next team that I'm going to show the highlight is a game and a half back.
One of the most deflating losses of the year for the Mariners. They get absolutely boat raced, 11-0. They are held without an extra base hit. Need a position player to finish it off. It was a bad way to finish off this series. The Tigers win it. They win 2 games in lopsided shutout fashion.
I've played a lot of Aaron Goldsmith in my time. I don't know if I've heard Aaron Goldsmith so utterly disgusted by
They
his
were
performance.
booing at the end of that. Victor Robles had to come on and pitch the ninth.
That's Mariners TV. The Mariners didn't just lose to Detroit and the series; they lost 11-0
That
to
was
the
a
Tigers.
bummer sounding Aaron Goldsmith.
I've
man.
never heard him that deflated and disgusted
Well, the Tigers are now ahead of the Mariners in the wild card race, by the way.
after trading Terrence Skubal.
Yeah. They literally tried to, they trade their best player, in a long time, and now they're past the Mariners.
I don't know what you do there, but your division still sucks, so don't panic yet.
If the Mariners don't make the playoffs, someone has to pay the price, right?
It's probably Dan Wilson.
It's got to be.
It's got to be Dipoto at this point.
What makes you think his job's in jeopardy? It feels like that ownership doesn't want to do that at
They
all.
love that guy.
They do love that guy. What's their
They
winning
shouldn't.
percentage? 54?
No, they're below 500.
Oh, damn. They need to get to 54.
That's all they got to do.
Well,
all you gotta
54 would win the division this
Well,
year.
I know. That's what I'm saying. You get back in the postseason.
Now, they do have their schedule gets easier in September. They get the A's, the Rockies.
They just played the Tigers. Aren't the Tigers not good?
Well, the Tigers are still technically in contention. They're not bad.
Pretty much everyone, though, in the American
The
League is
Mariners
still
are
in it.
4 games below 500, and you're
I know.
sitting here scheduling like as if they got easy teams?
Well, it gets easier.
I guess.
They stink.
I couldn't think of a more special moment to be here with you guys to officially announce that Jonathan is here to stay.
What's going on, Carlton Nation? We appreciate you guys for taking the time out of your evening to be here today. We love and appreciate you guys. But with that being said, on behalf of Carly, Casey, and Kaylin, they want to give the greatest NFL fans in the world a round of beers.
Boy, how about that? You go to a camp practice not expecting much other than to see your team.
Yeah.
And then Carly Ursay Gordon, the new owner of the Colts, steps to the mic and says, "We've signed our franchise running back to a 2-year, $44 million deal,
Next round's on us.
and I'm buying around." What do the people who don't drink alcohol and the kids get? Because they've got to have an alternative,
Got to
right?
have some root beer or something.
a
in
soda,
there.
a juice,
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
Juice box.
Is it just beer? Is that all it was? I'm just buying beers.
Just
You can't
giving
drink
beer to
It is
everybody.
Indianapolis.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Force it.
Jonathan Taylor, 2 years, $44 million. Choose your fighter. Jonathan Taylor, Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
I love Jahmyr Gibbs.
I think he's awesome.
He's so good.
And it might just be because of that offense, too. Like, they use him great.
Yeah.
But I think he is incredible.
I think I'd take Bijan.
You taking Bijan?
Bijan's always there.
Isn't Gibbs?
I don't know.
The Falcons rely more on Bijan, is the thing.
I mean, yeah, he's kind of more the
right.
Yeah.
offense.
If he ever gets some complementary pieces,
I
and
do
a
think he's
quarterback.
grossly underrated somehow. I know he just got paid, but I do think Taylor flies under the radar of the conversation.
Taylor is.
Oh, yeah.
Because Daniel Jones got a lot of the attention last year. He was awesome. Jonathan Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
So he got paid. All of them been paid.
I think that's
Is
just
the running back back?
I think the running
Coming
back's been
back.
back. I think McCaffrey, Barkley, and now you got Taylor, Bijan,
Henry.
Gibbs, Henry still doing it. Like, James Cook got paid last summer.
Yeah.
I think the running back, I think it's safe to say the running back is back.
Game on the line. King, he's going to step up. Pumps, runs, goal line. Is he in? Yes! Carolina wins! Haynes King! King of the night!
I'll tell you this. Say what you want about the Hall of Fame game. Mike Tirico in mid-season form on that call.
That's one of the better Mike Tirico calls I can
gonna
remember.
say.
And if you're calling that game, that's all you ask for.
You gotta bring
'Cause
some juice.
Normally, they're just trying to stay awake at the end of those. Like,
I mean, usually they're having conversations.
There are conversations about the season.
Game.
The Hall of Famers are up there. What's
Yep.
coming up? And you actually had a game to call down the stretch.
Good practice for Mike Tirico to
Yep.
get mid-season form there.
Yeah, I think the reality is every player, they have to prove themselves every year. So I'd say overall, we're proud of the program that we've developed. We feel like we got a pretty good foundation in place with a lot of really good people. We have one of the best head coaches in the league. So we're proud of, I'd say, our program. We understand, look, in the end, everybody has the same goals and expectations that you want to be playing meaningful football late in the season. So our focus right now is on training camp and really getting ready for the start of the season, which we had a pretty big challenge here in front of us week one, against Buffalo, who's been, one of the best teams in the league.
That's Nick Caserio, the GM of the Houston Texans. Stevie Vaughn. Could you tell that that question he was asked was how he feels about C.J. Stroud?
No, you could not tell that. I'll tell you what, C.J. Stroud's got a lot of pressure on him going into this year, man. Just think back, what was it, 2-3 years ago when he got drafted?
He was the darling.
He was the dude.
Yeah.
He's gone away.
I'm wondering if this is Jaden Daniels' future, if he can't stay healthy. We're doing this debate in a year or two with Jaden Daniels.
100%. And I love Jaden Daniels.
Are you in or out on Stroud? I think we all have to make a decision this year.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'm in on him.
I am too.
I think it was just a weird circumstance, but he did look terrible in that Patriots game. But the weather was also horrible at the same time.
It was. They still should have won that game.
They should have.
Their defense was so mother bleeping awesome in that game.
You're right on that because the defense is so good. He just has to not mess up.
Exactly.
Just don't screw around and you're fine.
Yeah.
Order up. He's the number one receiver in this league going up against a number one corner. That's how it's going to go. It's football at the end of the day. There's never no disrespect or anything. We're just battling and getting each other better. He's gonna face corners like that are gonna yap at him, gonna try to get in his head, and I'm gonna face receivers like that are strong and come right back at me. So it's great work for the both of us.
Former Duck Christian Gonzalez trying to get paid in New England, going in one-on-ones against A.J. Brown. They got into a little bit of a scuffle, really pushing each other. He is still looking for a contract extension in New England.
Probably deserves it too. He's awesome. Going against A.J. Brown as well. The preseason fights, whatever. It is what it is. It happens all the time. But, yeah, the Patriots, they got to lock him down. He's a real key to that defense, and he's been awesome since he's been in the league.
He absolutely has.
Order up.
Okay, first day down. So that was a good first day. As you guys have been with us now for 3 years. Day one, fundamentals, no crosswork. No real competitive periods at all. We'll do the same thing tomorrow, replicate that same type of day, add maybe one period max. But other than that, it's all about getting better. It's all about finding a way to improve our fundamentals, improve our way to, so when we get to a spot where come Sunday, we're competing against one another, we're in the best possible shape we can be in. But everybody looks good. Everybody was out there that we talked about, participating in one way, shape, or form. So glad to see where we are as a program, and now it's time to have practice number 2.
There is Jed Fish, day one for the Washington Huskies.
Washington fans hate this guy, right?
Ooh. Can you hate him? Why would you hate him? Let me ask you that. Why would you hate Jed Fish?
Because he's just not. He doesn't want to be there. They're not
saying that. He keeps coming back.
They're not. Yeah, because no one else wants him. I don't know. Jed Fish, man.
I'll put that up as a poll question. Do Washington Husky fans hate Jed Fish?
I feel like nobody's excited about Jed Fish, and the team is decent. They got some talent this year. The schedule kind of breaks right for Washington. There's a chance that they have a really good record. There's a chance that they could be 9-1 heading into their last 2 games, and they play Indiana and Oregon and have a chance to make the college football playoff if all things break right.
Well, can I ask you this? So you're basically what you're telling me is Jed Fish has built a good program.
Yeah, they're fine. They're a fine program.
They had no players. I think they had in total on both sides of the ball. I hope I don't have this wrong. They have less than 3 players back from the title team.
Yeah,
and he won what? Is it 6 games year 1? And then last year they're 8-4, but they lost a couple games they shouldn't have.
But at the same time, that's if everything breaks right. Last year, in their wins, they averaged 41.5 points. In their losses, under 10.
Yeah. Absolutely. The Wisconsin game is the game you just
it was
cannot
Wisconsin,
lose that
Ohio
game.
State, Oregon, and blanket on the other team.
I think Dirk
Michigan. It was Michigan.
Yeah, Michigan.
They averaged less than 10 points a game in those games.
DeMond against the better defenses and teams
has been terrible.
He's not looked very good.
I don't know. Jed Fish is not on the hot seat, I don't think, but as soon as someone else offers him a job, he's deuces.
I mean, he called out their NIL not being very good. I think absolutely, if a better job opens up, I think
his wife had made it clear she does not like Seattle.
She doesn't live there. Yeah, you are correct.
This was talked about just openly within the organization and from people working on the project that Kawhi was a spokesperson for Daktronics. And it was just the biggest thing. It was just openly joked about within people working on the project that knew about this, as it was 1,000% a way to circumvent the salary cap.
And over months of vetting the second high-level Clippers source, a former official, they also independently confirmed something else, which is that this Kawhi deal was not only talked about by fellow higher-ups at the Clippers and Daktronics as a way to circumvent the NBA salary cap.
There's Pablo Torre. Pablo Torre has found out that Kawhi Leonard has circumvented the salary cap with the Clippers again with a different company. First it was Aspiration, and now it's a scoreboard electronic company called Daktronics, who doesn't do advertising, doesn't have spokesmen. We're paying Kawhi Leonard secretly, and now he's exposed another circumventing of the salary cap for old Stevie Ballmer.
I mean, pretty wild. I hope that they do come down hard on this, and they do, punish Steve Ballmer and the Clippers and all this kind of stuff. But at the same time, it's kind of like when you hear like recruiting violations and stuff. It's like I kind of feel like everyone's doing stuff.
Well, also, like, what is the punishment at this point? And now, how much longer do we got to wait?
It's just draft picks, right?
Which ones are you taking?
Yeah, they don't have any. It's a good point.
Can you take away Oklahoma City's? They might actually want you to. They have too many.
But at the same time, it's like I feel like if the Clippers are doing this stuff, I feel like a lot of teams are probably doing this stuff, and that's why it took so long to get figured out by Pablo Torre. Like, these other owners are like, man, I hope they don't figure this out.
Yeah.
My first question was, why isn't the NBA hiring Pablo Torre to head up the NBA security department? That was my thought.
Because they don't want it.
No, they don't want this.
It's just a bad look.
It's a terrible look.
Got a clean house.
Everyone thinks the NBA is rigged anyways.
Hammer the Clippers, but we talked about this earlier. I saw this and I was like, oh, another company. And I laughed, but I don't really care.
Right.
Make the trade official, hammer the Clippers, do whatever you need to do, find Kawhi or suspend him, whatever. Be done with this.
I don't think Kawhi cares. Kawhi got his money and he's going to go out and play and have no facial expressions.
When was the last time Kawhi did care?
And never.
Toronto?
And he's awesome. One of my favorite players ever, and he doesn't care about this.
Kawhi Leonard's one of your favorite players?
Yeah.
Just because of his game?
Yeah.
Yeah. The personality has always brought it down a little bit for me.
But the offense, defense, dude.
I can't argue with it. All-time great laugh, too, in a press conference. Didn't get to all the audio there, but there's Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague. We do it every day at 7 a.m. An update on the local dealings. We'll get to that next on 105.1 The Fan.
Time to open the door to the Blazers. This is the Blazers Report, brought to you by Ponderosa Garage Doors, Portland's repair and installation experts.
I feel like we really strengthened the terms and made clear that no funds that could be used for essential county services would go into this deal.
There's Julia Brim Edwards on the vote to approve the Moda Center funding on K2 yesterday. That's the county commissioner. This was a doozy of a thing to follow yesterday. They seemed to really going at each other, making these amendments, failing the amendments over and over and over and over again. And we'll get to this coming up next, eventually approving $101 million. That's 13 more than we thought they would give us. Feeling very encouraging, I think, as we go into next week. Early next week is when you're going to get the city vote, and that feels like only a matter of time. We have more on this coming up in the next segment. This Blazer Report is brought to you by Ponderosa Garage Doors, where they're taking service to new heights. Call Ponderosa today or visit them at ponderosagaragedoors.com.
Hey, it's Suk.
Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the NFL season is off and running with a thrilling Hall of Fame game. It was Panthers rookie quarterback Hayes King stealing the show with the game-winning touchdown as time expired, a 3-yard run to give Carolina a 33-30 victory over the Cardinals. King finished up 21 of 34, 180 yards, 2 passing touchdowns and the 1 rushing. The Timbers' offensive onslaught continued right into League's Cup play. They opened up the group portion of the tournament with a 5-2 rout of Puebla. Chris Bassett, Ariel Lassiter each had a pair of goals in the victory. Portland welcomes Club America to Providence Park this Sunday. Carla Late doing it all for the Fire Thursday night, helped build a 27-point third-quarter lead, cruising to a 97-83 victory over the Tempo and ending their 5-game losing streak. Late finished with 27 points and 11 assists. Portland will host the Storm Saturday evening. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Blazer coverage on the Fan presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. I want to get to some audio from one NBA player coming up in the next segment, but I want to do an update real quick here as we roll on hour number 2. Stephen Vaughn sitting in for Dirt. Trailblazers yesterday in the county got some good news. The Blazers looking to get that monies, and Multnomah County Board of Commissioners had a meeting that was, scheduled to go through, all talk it out, and then get approved, and then that somehow turned into just an absolute S show there for a while. And ultimately, they approved a term sheet that would grant up to $101.6 million to redo the 31-year-old Moda Center. The board voted 4-1 to approve the funding, which is $13.6 million more than the original $88 million proposed in March. The increase accounts for the maintenance and service costs, though 2 commissioners questioned how and where the funding will come from. Jessica Vega-Peterson, who has been very pro give the money, the county chair, she said, quote, "I want this step today to be seen by the NBA and its Board of Governors to know just how serious we are about keeping the Blazers here in Portland." We wait for the city vote next week. That is on Wednesday the
12th.
Thank you. So that happened Wednesday. And by the way, heads up on that. Already have it scheduled. Wright Gazaway will be in studio with Dirt on Wednesday, the day of the vote. And
he's been incredible, by the way.
He's been sensational.
Yep.
He's been far and away the best one on this, and I don't mean that as a slight to anybody else, but it's been great. He's become a megastar here in our local city, and he deserves it. So he'll be in studio on our show Wednesday morning to basically tell you, and we think we know the answer already, the city, are they going to vote for it or not? But that's the final step. The state has already approved the monies. The county yesterday approved the monies. We wait for the city vote, but it's trending in a very, very positive direction. What I like about Jessica Vega, Stephen, is what she said there. I think is very important. Step today, seen by the NBA and its Board of Governors. You cannot point to Portland right now and say, you're not serious about this. The state's giving you a ton of money. The county's gone above what we thought they would, and I believe the city is going to approve that next week. And so the right also had that the Blazers internally shared documents about an architect for the remodel and the renovations, and I can't help but view that but anything but positive. The architect, by the way, has redone multiple European stadiums for Premier League teams, and so it's somebody very well respected. So really good news yesterday, even though it took us forever because the county board meeting was an utter joke, involving lightning, by the way, the Tom Dundon copycat.
Yeah, that guy's having a moment, by the way, lightning. I didn't watch it, but you read some of the highlights, and some of the people were texting in yesterday, and they're like, man, it was a complete S show that was going on. But ultimately, as you said, when Wright reported that right after it happened, that they got the agreement and they got the votes on it, and it's what I've been saying the whole time is I think if this deal gets done, they stay in Portland. And you're right, Brandon. Like, now everything is lined up where Portland's on board. We're on board with everything, and they're showing the NBA that they're on board. So now it's really, if Tom Dundon wanted to leave, he has to show his cards. he has to say, I want to leave.
Yeah.
And I don't think that was the case. I don't think that's ever been the case. So we will find out his true intentions because it seems like we're getting our ducks in the row here to renovate Moda, and that would be great, obviously. Just for the city of Portland, for all the Blazer fans and everything. So we'll see. But I think we're kind of on the same page that this seemed like it was going to be a deal. It was going to get done at some point, and deadlines just kind of push that forward, right? Like, you can posture all you want, but as soon as you get close to those deadlines, it's going to make you have to make a decision. And I'll give the government a little bit of credit. We're getting our ducks in a row, and it's kind of coming out, and they're saying, look, we know how important this is, and we got to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a little bit of a journey to get to that point,
right?
Given what we've had some of the local politicians do publicly, and then we have these county meetings where you're watching them kind of go at each other and vote down things and question everything. I mean, it was always going to be a kind of an annoying process, yes. I think, going in.
I think we just underestimated how annoying it was going to be.
I think that's very fair, but also that's not just the city commission council stuff. That's also on Tom Dundon's end.
Yeah, he did not help.
Not at all.
No.
I mean, my God, could you just at least one time work with us publicly here? And he doesn't want to be here. He doesn't want to talk. He wants Dwayne Hankins to do it all for him. But, I mean, look, you can already have thought this. I've thought the whole time they're not relocating. I've never bought into it. I text with different media members that cover the league that are in it from time to time. I don't bother people a lot, and I just and it's mainly there's a lot of owners that kind of don't like this dude. This is not some well-received, let's all be Tom Dundon in the NBA. There's a lot of owners that actually feel the opposite of him and think he's not been good for them already, and he's owned it only a short amount of time. But the thing for me was just always they don't have a place to go. It is real leverage he can use, but the Oregonian reported a couple days ago he might be looking at a $1 billion relocation fee if he can even muster up the votes.
Well, if he's so cheap, he doesn't want to fork that over.
Where are you getting $1 billion?
No.
I don't think he has it.
No.
So and you could, the city he's going to, okay, name it. Kansas City ain't giving you $1 billion to just be there, especially when they'd have to renovate their arena. So it's never really lined up for me personally. I've heard it my entire life through 4 different beat columnists. Oh, they're gonna leave. Oh, they're gonna leave. Oh, they're gonna leave. It's just constantly, and so I just don't buy it. I do think it was a real thing where the city, the county, the state needed to step up and provide the funds. And I'm looking forward to the renovations. I think ultimately in a few years we're gonna be like, dude, this is awesome. We were talking to Odin yesterday, and there's certain things I won't share, but Greg was kind of agreeing with Steven and I of that area sucks. And he was like, I used to hear about how they were going to build it up and make it great. And I was like,
Jumptown?
Yeah, we've heard that our whole lives, and they never have. So I hope with the renovation stuff, and if they can be better than we expect and win, and they pack the house and business can start slowly trickling back in, that's the next challenge for our local government leaders is be more business friendly. I think if that stuff can happen, man, this is something that you look at and you go, this is a great district that we built up here.
The tough part is probably the land that would be most useful is the parking garages to knock down and turn into places to go and do stuff, retail, restaurants, those sorts of things. So then parking becomes an issue, but that's secondary.
You can make the district big. You got the Albina Vision that they want to build up by the water there. That's going to make it look better if they can get that going.
They already redid Memorial Coliseum.
Yep, Memorial's been done again. I think they're going to line that area of food trucks would be the restaurant solved there, I think.
Yep.
That would look really cool. It's very Portland of us to do that. And, it's just try to build that up and just make it a destination. Make us want to go there on a random non-Blazer day.
And the thing about it is I think – if and when they get these Moda Center renovations done, we're going to realize how bad the Moda Center has been and is how bad of a shape
You'll start seeing it, and it won't go right away because you have to bid on certain things, but the type of events, other events that will come to Moda
because
Center.
that's an argument a lot of people are like, oh, it's fine. Moda Center's fine. Well, yeah, it might be fine.
What are you missing out? I don't think we understand what we're missing out on or can't even get in the game for.
Right.
Because of terms
Have you been to other newer arenas, Steven?
No, but I just read about them and it's these
Climate Pledge.
Climate Pledge is amazing.
They're all like spaceships.
We went the pilots actually went down and played in the Kings when it was
stellar reviews of that place.
That place was amazing.
And that's the thing is I think people because we love nostalgia, we love the Blazers, so we're like, we just love the Moda Center.
Yeah.
So it's just right.
College arenas that's where you want the nostalgia.
Right.
Like what's gone on. Why couldn't they have figured out a way to retrofit Mac Court, spruce it up, but keep the Mac Court nostalgia? Because Matt Knight Arena's been, it's a gorgeous facility, but there's no atmosphere the way there was at Matt Court.
It feels very corporate and not college.
Right, which is what the NBA is. The NBA is about
the NBA is slick and glitzy and all of those things.
Suites matter. Like people need. You may not be able to be in a suite. Your company might not have suite tickets. Suites matter, man. You want to attract more business. You got to improve everything. I'm with you. I think once we see it over the next few years, you're going to go, man, it really was. It really was.
Yeah,
dated.
it really needed.
You'll see the difference.
Yeah, you'll feel the difference when you walk in. Sometimes I think we're going to walk in and not recognize certain sections. So, good news yesterday. The county approved it. What did you make of his takeaway of the Blazers offseason, by the way? Because I think that's where you and I are in agreement is we don't buy the relocation. We think, okay, get out of your own ways, give the monies, let's start the renovation. Now we're almost to the team stuff.
Yeah.
And I think part of the winning is to get done in like financially invested outside of the ownership. I think if he ever dives in, it's going to be in the district build-up spaces, right? He talked about that at his press conference, but they need to be good. They need people to continue to go to games and be relevant. What did you make of Greg's comments of the Blazers?
I thought it was interesting. He was very high on John Morant. And look, I think just you look at the John Morant trade, they got him for nothing, so I'm not going to say it's a bad deal. It's a weird fit with the Blazers, but I love the fact that he's like, look, I talked to Ja, and I think he's going to figure out defensively, because that's the problem, right? If they're going to go Dame and Ja, if we're talking on the court, that defensive backcourt is atrocious with Dame and Ja back there.
He also seemed to indicate to us off the air, he's like, Ja's going to not start? It's
right.
Kind of what his takeaway was.
Ja's starting.
Is he?
Isn't he?
Why was he asked and he was like, yeah, I'll do whatever it takes?
What else is he going to say?
I mean,
because that's really going to be one of the hardest things for
Mike
Inori is minute distribution.
You're not starting Drew, Ja, and Dame. That's a disaster.
No,
decision.
but I think Drew's more at this age. He'd be like, cool, like fine.
I love Drew off the bench.
I love it too.
But also, I don't love Dame and Ja starting.
The backcourt, the defense is going to be terrible.
That's the worst defensive backcourt you can put together.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the worst starting in the league for sure from a metric standpoint. Although
of all the combinations you can have with those five guards, that's the worst one defensively.
But it could be very exciting.
Is it?
I think so.
Who's worse, Shaden or Dame?
Ooh.
I've watched Shaden play defense before, and it's like, ole.
Because Dame will give effort if he's getting like posted up.
And he's at least strong. Like
he'll battle.
Yeah, he'll battle. He may not be great, but he'll battle.
Shaden doesn't even battle.
Shaden, I don't think he cares night to night.
Shaden's trying to go dunk.
He's like, I had a bad day of Call of Duty last night.
You might be right. The Josh Shaden
could be
might be worse.
It might be worse. The problem is that we're having this conversation in general. Is like, what's the worst one they could possibly do?
The question is, what's the best one?
Well,
and if the best one, can you get enough offense going?
I don't buy a lot of offseason stuff. I saw a video this morning of Arch throwing a pass to his receiver, and literally no defense was being played by. Like, there's no defenders. It was just Arch throwing to a receiver a deep ball.
What a throw!
Arch is so ready, and I'm like, it's the worst thing is when the offseasons happen in football and basketball, and we react. All of Dame's offseason video stuff, you don't have to like it. All of it is him playing off ball, off screen.
Because he's never done it before.
I know, and I'm just like wondering, it's great to practice that. Is that really going to be possible for him to implement?
Look, when I worked for the Blazers, this is one thing they told me.
I think for 40 minutes, yes. If it's the end of the game, the last 8 minutes, and they need stuff, then I think Dame's like, give me the ball.
And what's Ja doing?
I hate that.
What's Ja doing?
I want Denny to have the ball.
You want Denny to have. So Denny, what's his usage rate? This is the problem with the usage rate stuff. Sometimes I buy usage rates being a problem. Other times I don't. This is an instance where I wonder, because Dame has always been very high usage guy.
He's made $500 million playing one way.
Denny has only become a star because of what? The usage rate is in the 100 to 99 percentile, and Ja Morant, he's a high. I mean, he has to have the ball. You don't have evidence that Ja Morant is good off ball.
Yeah, when I worked with the Blazers, they said the hardest thing to judge is having someone change the role. because they play one way and they get to the NBA. Why would I ever change it? Dame's literally made $500 million playing one way.
Does Dame ever?
Are we all of a sudden going to see him play off the ball like Steph Curry? I find that hard to believe.
I trust Dame's ability to embrace it and find a way to do it more than Jaws.
That's what I was going to ask, is because of the player he's become, do you guys look at that and say, it doesn't happen, but if somebody can buck a trend, do you put trust into that guy?
I have more trust in Dame doing it than Ja changing
I think we
his
underestimate
game.
how hard it is to play off the ball.
I
That's not something you just can learn.
I don't disagree
in
with
one
you.
offseason.
That's part of what makes Steph amazing. He can do both.
He's the best I've ever seen off the ball.
Well, he probably thrives the most off the ball, and he's great with the ball. But
Dame will help because he can shoot, but I question his role with this team right now.
That's very.
It's not
fair.
his team; it's Denny's team.
Or is it John's team? I mean, you think he's coming in here not thinking, "Ja time"? You think he's just coming in here and he's like, I'm ready to do whatever you need me to do, coach?
You're right.
I'm fascinated by it. It's crazy. I cannot believe this was their offseason. Aside from the county arguing about money and the city hating each other, like, it's kind of crazy. This was our offseason. I wasn't necessarily wrong. I just was wrong in the wrong way. Like, I thought they'd make a move, a decent-sized move. I didn't know it'd be for a point guard. So I had it right, just really wrong at the same time. Unfortunately. One NBA note I want to get to, and then we'll dive into the NFL with Mike Sando coming up top of the hour. Dirt and Sprague back with more. 7:43 on the Fan. So we'll talk with Mike Sando, NFL writer, released the tier rankings of quarterbacks. That's got a lot of people hot and bothered because their quarterback's either not high enough or properly ranked and you don't want to accept it. I don't know. It just depends how you feel who your guy is. Coming up at 8. But before we do that, I want to stay in the association. Somebody tweeted and said, I think a high IQ player like Dame will learn to play off ball. It's all about winning. And I think that's the aspect, Steven, that I agree with what you just said in the last segment of underestimating how hard it is to play off ball and then changing the stripes, right? Like who you are is who you are. Mm-hmm. And that's not easy for 99%. I'm just asking, like, I'm not trying to be Mr. Blazer glasses guy, but like Dame has done so many things to prove the outside Portland people wrong.
Right.
And we've seen so many things that he's done that's like, holy crap, right?
You just can't believe it.
That there's a part of me that does think like, I don't know if it's successful. I'm not certainly suggesting that, but like the willingness to say, no, Ja, you bring it up. No, Denny, you bring it up. I bring it up occasionally, and then I pass and I start moving. Like, I don't know what his mobility and athleticism is going to look like off the Achilles. I think you're playing a fool's errand by saying, well, Kevin Durant was great. That has nothing to do with 6'2" Damian Lillard. But there is an element of Dame that he's proven so many people and things wrong that there is absolutely an aspect. I think he can do it. I just don't know if it's going to be good and elite.
Right. No, I'm with you. I think he can do it. I have to see it first. Like, I'm not going to go out and say I believe he's going to do that. I need to see this first because I do think, as you said, I think we underestimate how hard it is. He also tried to do it in Milwaukee.
I know.
And there was a lot of standing in the corner.
I watched a lot more of those Milwaukee games, and I don't think people realize how like kind of clunky it really looked.
Right. Well, the other problem with Milwaukee was they had Giannis just dribbling the ball in ISO or whatever so much. The trick to playing off the ball is having the offense have consistent ball movement and motion. That's how you create openings for wide open shots.
But Giannis is a top 15 player of all time.
I understand
so
all that.
He's going to have the opportunity to go one-on-one and to go isolated.
We just assumed that pick and roll was good, and Giannis didn't lean into it, and it just they never quite clicked. Now, they didn't also play a ton of games together.
There was some injury problems, but I also thought Dame, he's always been explosive. Like, his explosiveness is where he's at. He's never been the most athletic guy, but the explosiveness of his first step is incredible. That's where he gets to the rim. He gets fouled. That's where he gets that step-back jumper is the explosiveness. I thought he had lost a step before the Achilles when he was in Milwaukee. Like, the old age.
His last year?
Yes.
I said that the whole season. I watched those, and he still scored 24, and I'm like...
When he made his return to Portland, I saw it in person, like, he's not as explosive as he once was, and that's fine. Yeah. But now he's 36 coming off an Achilles. And look, if anyone's going to be able to do it, it's Dame. Like, I'm not doubting that. I just need to see it first before I buy it all in. And so when I see people say, well, Dame's going to get the ball, it's Dame's team again, it's not. Denny Advia is the best player on this team right now. And so with Dame having to figure it out, now Ja's got to figure it out, I think it could be clunky, but it has potential to be really good.
He's only had one season below a 79 usage rate. That was his second season in the NBA, a 71. He's been a 90-plus usage rate guy, Dame, basically his entire career. His last two seasons in Milwaukee, 79-81.
Yeah.
Is that, I mean, to do what we're saying, his usage rate has to drop to what number? 60?
Probably. It could probably be a little higher.
Low 70? Like back to the 71?
70s, yeah.
That's the tough part of all
this. And it's also
this.
asking a lot for a 36-year-old off an Achilles.
I know.
Like, I love Dame. I need to see it first before I can fully buy it in. But I look, I've talked to people and they said, like, when Dame re-signed with Portland, because I brought this up to people, I'm like, hey, like, is Dame going to fall in line? Like, is he going to say this is Denny's team? And apparently that he's fine with that. Like, and so you watch these workout videos.
Because he knows he's the franchise player. Yeah. Like, it's not his team, but he's the franchise
He's
icon.
The favorite player of everybody.
Exactly, yeah.
And so you watch these workout videos and maybe he is going to be fine working off the ball, but I need to see it before I buy in.
Don't blame me for the take. Another player probably going to have to learn to do that because of his team's offseason moves is this guy, Jaylen Brown, who was introduced yesterday as a Sixer, and I want to get your thoughts on him basically doing what we're talking about with Dame because he said this yesterday.
At this point in my career, nothing else really moves me. Like, I don't care about the outside success. I never did. You know what I mean? I don't care about the MVP awards or the finals MVP. None of that stuff really moves me. It's nice. But the only thing that's going to move me is doing something collectively. So a championship. So that's what I'm looking forward to, trying to start that journey and building towards. But, you know, all the other stuff that comes along with it is just a distraction to me. Like, whatever it takes on a night-to-night basis, it's like whatever it takes.
You buying that? Is Jaylen Brown a usage rate's going to drop a little bit because you got Maxey, you got Embiid when he plays. You're going to have LeBron, and I think LeBron's usage rate's going to go down because I think he knows what his role is. But, you know, that's a pretty loaded team. You still have Edgecombe. Like, Brown saying, I'm cool just not being the MVP. That didn't seem to be what the noise was out of Boston.
No. And he said on his live stream, like, this was the most fun year he's ever had. It's
Which is crazy because
he
won a championship.
He got the ball every time.
Yes,
so, no, again, it's one of those I got to see to believe. On paper, I think Philly is the best team in the East. Like, you look at that team, you're like,
I love that team.
If they're healthy,
yeah,
that is the best team over the Knicks. Are they going to be healthy? I don't know. And I think
Embiid lost weight, Steven.
That could play.
And how long does it take them collectively to figure out how to make it work and smooth and dominate?
They're all good players. I think they can figure it out pretty quickly.
I think what's going to help is LeBron just had to play third fiddle. And I really believe this. I think he is a player that knows his age, his season, and he's like, if I can average 8, 10, and 7, that's a great year for Philadelphia.
And I only have to play
James.
25 minutes a game.
And I don't have to play, like, do you think he wants to play the amount you need to make All-NBA?
No.
I don't.
Other than every once in a while, you know, it's a big game or something, or Embiid needs a night off or whatever the case.
He's going to disappear for a 2-week injury, and he's going to go golf, and he's going to stay in shape, and, like, that's what the deal is.
Is Maxey the best player on that team? Because I think it is. I think
I love Tyrese Maxey. I think that's the dangerous part is, like, that's a kind of any given night thing.
Right.
Like, I also watched Jaylen Brown be awesome last year.
I also watched Joel Embiid dominate that Celtics series.
I think that's on Nick Nurse on opponent to opponent. Where's the weakness? Who's got the best matchup? How do we exploit
Dude, their
it?
bench is pretty underrated and talked about. Like, Ant Simons as their 7th guy.
I didn't like Ant Simons here as a 7th man. Awesome,
amazing.
I've been saying that for years. Like, that is a great signing. And you're right. I think LeBron fills in where it's just like, look, we got young guys that can play now. I don't need to play that much.
He just wants to play in the games that matter.
Him and Embiid got to stay healthy for the playoffs, and they got all these young guys, even Jaylen Brown, to play in the regular season.
I do think it'd be, personally as a sports fan, cool story that if they won the title, I think it'd be really cool to watch Embiid be the MVP of a finals championship team. I don't know if it would happen, but it'd be really cool if he was the MVP of that series.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
I don't know if they can beat Oklahoma City or San Antonio, but it's certainly a matchup nonetheless. Very interesting thoughts of can Dame Lillard play off the ball. That came from, the funding. I didn't want to talk about funding more, is what it is. All right, we got the city vote next week. I think it's going to pass. I think the Blazers stay. County gave them the monies. Loaded third hour of the radio program. We'll kick it off. Mike Sando of The Athletic released his quarterback tiers article. It always gets a lot of conversation. We'll talk with Mike Sando coming up next on 105.1 The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up?
Woo! Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomservices.com.
Every recruit, every current student athlete will hear this message repeatedly. We are here to win championships. If you don't want to win championships, go to Indiana.
Not a great look there yesterday. We will talk about this. That was the new Purdue AD,
Tommy McClellan.
Tommy McClellan taking shots at Indiana, their rival. Indiana just won the football championship.
He had to have been talking Big Ten basketball, right?
Last Purdue national championship was what?
I don't know.
2010, women's golf.
Boom, champions.
I mean,
boom, roasted.
Has an AD ever been fired from a press conference? So far, no, but I wouldn't blame them for doing it. What a stupid line. Who's stinking it up? Tommy McClellan, new Purdue AD. Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services, who want to make sure your AC is working smoothly, and they have a tune-up special for just $89. Three Mountains certified techs ready to help you beat the heat. Book your appointment today. Don't get swamp ass. ThreeMountainsHomeServices.com. Hey, everybody.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, it took nearly 6 hours, but finally Multnomah County voted 4-1 to approve a $101 million contribution to the financing package for Moda Center renovations. Next up, the city of Portland votes on their share on Wednesday. The Timbers just keep rolling as the league's cup play began Thursday night. They routed Puebla 5-2, putting up 4 goals in the first half. Chris Bassett, Ariel Lassiter, each with a brace. Club America stops at Providence Park this Sunday. The Portland Fire were in fuego Thursday, shot 40% from 3. Carla Late had 27 points and 11 assists. They led by as many as 27 on the way to beating the Toronto Tempo 97-83. They'll host the Storm Saturday night. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fans.
Stephen Vaughn and Brandon Sprague with you this morning on a special edition of Dirt and Sprague. Hello. Happy August the 7th to everybody out there. Want to remind you guys, we're going to talk to Mike Sando here in just a minute, the author of the Quarterback Tiers article that is it's exceptional. I love it, Stephen. It also finds a way to piss NFL fans off and get them yelling at each other every single August.
Every time, without fail.
It's the gift that keeps on giving. Before we talk with Mike Sando, I want to remind you guys, Binary Brewing and the Fan have teamed up for the Only Fan IPA, available for a limited time. Taste the Fan with Binary Brewing's signature West Coast IPA. Go to Binary Brewing's Beaverton location. Ask them about their Only Fan. So good. Only the Fan and Binary Brewing can pull it off. As he dials up Sando, what is the quarterback you most want to talk about with him on that list? Because they're all of them, right? It's all the projected starters of the NFL and where they're at. Is there one for you that sticks out or stands out the most?
I'm fascinated with Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels is a very good one because I'm with you on that 100%.
Because I thought his rookie year, I thought he was the best quarterback of the NFC.
I can't really argue it.
And
he had an amazing year.
Injuries and the team last year just made it go to hell.
They went too old. They wanted the experience with the youth, and then they just they kind of leaned in too much to the old.
Yeah, which is kind of weird. That's not an NFL like thing.
Yeah, it's one thing to bring in maybe a veteran or two of real substantial amount of time. It's another to lean on it a little bit. Plus, you pair that with the he couldn't stay healthy part.
Right.
And that's gonna be the tough thing for him is just where he falls on this. I think is mostly about how healthy does he stay. Because even if they're not amazing from a win-loss perspective, I think he's so talented that he can still put up the numbers. And we go, it's not it's not his fault. That's a Stafford Detroit situation if it got there.
Right.
But I don't know if he can stay healthy, and that's the tough part.
Because one of the things, I wouldn't be shocked if they win the NFC West, but it also wouldn't shock me if they go 5-12. You know what I'm saying?
5-12. I don't know what you do at 5. I mean, you're firing Dan Quinn.
Right. But you're not getting rid of Daniels. But at the same time, if he's not healthy because he runs around, that's the tough part. If he's running around and gets hurt, can you trust that guy going forward?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got that?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Hey, good for me, though. I misrepresented.
You're not good with time zones.
Yeah, it's not a time. He lives in Washington.
Oh, okay.
It's not a time zone problem, pal. All right?
You're still not good with time zones.
I'm great with time zones. Throw a city at me. I dare you.
Florence, Italy.
9 hours.
There you go.
Suck on that one, Timber Boy. Sando's going to join us at 9.
He'll join us at 9.
Sorry. It's been a week, all right? It's been a lot.
Pull. Did you actually know that was 9 hours away?
I did.
How do you know that?
Most of Europe is 9 hours away.
Oh, I'd say I don't know.
I kind of just
I'm bad with time zones. You can I do not claim to know time zones.
Well, I thought he was going to go American, and his ass went international.
Well, I was just
there. He was just there.
I know. That's yeah.
He's still
Central Europe 9 hours. England, Great Britain 8
hours. Yeah. I know. I only know that because of the NFL Europe games. Like when they go international, they play those games. I was doing the math on that. Yeah, my apologies. Sando's going to be at 9. I'm assuming he answered, and that was like
he did. He said, "I got you down for 9."
Yeah, that's my mistake.
We're good.
Blame that on me if you get him back on the horn. Tisha Thompson's going to join us at 8:27. So look at that. No back-to-back guests. Good for us. I did it.
You did it.
We did it.
Even though you weren't conscious of it.
Well, it happens.
You spoke that into existence.
I did, dude. When I thought about that yesterday, I'm like, back-to-back guests yesterday, back-to-back guests today.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that. And then thankfully I looked at the text because I have a media handler for him, and she said, 9:04. And I'm like, wish I would have remembered that on the tees. But no Sando. Jaden Daniels, back to the quarterback thing. Yeah. By the way, and the reason I know some of the time zones internationally is because I'm playing a game with my family called Map Tap.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Are you aware of this game?
I know nothing of it.
Basically, you get the entire globe, and it'll say Florence, Italy. There's no borders, and you have to go on the world and try to pinpoint where Florence, Italy is.
So it's like adult pin the tail on the donkey.
Kind of, yeah. And then it'll show you how close or away you are, and then you get an X amount of points for how close you are. Our family group chat has been crazy with this game, so I've been getting a little bit better, but I know a lot. I don't know a lot of countries.
Perth, Australia?
Yeah, that's somewhere there.
Okay.
18 hours? No, 14 hours.
I think it's 15.
I'm
on
close.
The west coast of
It's very
Australia.
similar to Vietnam, and I remember Vietnam, we were always like a day ahead of America. Back to the quarterback thing as we look at Perth, Australia time zones here. Jaden Daniels is a very good one. I don't know how to gauge the Lamar takeaways, and I know that like last year he was really good. He dropped out of the top tier here. But also, like, what are the Ravens doing with him? When they went through the contract stuff, and I don't know do I put this on Lamar and his mom because they don't do the agent thing, or do I put this on the organization? And it sounds like they're going to get a deal done, but remember when he went through the contract stuff last time, they were talking about trading him for 3 first-round picks, and somehow no team wanted to give that up, by the way. It's an all-time bad decision by Atlanta,
Miami,
Carolina, Miami, New Orleans. I wanted my team to pivot and go get Lamar. Like, I love Lamar Jackson. Yeah. I know he needs to win more playoff games. I understand that argument, but I don't know how people don't watch Lamar Jackson and have the same opinion I have. It's just one of those, like, we're watching two different things. But he is one that, like, he's fallen out of the top tier for people in the league. The organization themselves seem to have, like, a weird look and vibe about him. And also, he came in, like, they did that players poll. He was, like, 67th.
Which is crazy. I'm with you.
His numbers in 13 games, he was on track to have another stellar top quarterback season. And so he is one for me that, like, even though we know he's good, his level of greatness, it's debated, his tier levels, like, he is one of those, like, he was in the top tier and now he's not. I don't know what to do with Lamar Jackson because I have a different opinion, I think, than a lot of other people.
And I'm with you. I actually love Lamar. I just love his personality. I love the fact that he is who he is. He knows where he grew up from, and he's just like, dude, I just here to ball. Like, you know, they asked him last year, hey, are you Patrick Mahomes' friends? No, we're not friends. Like, he just doesn't care. Like, he's just going to do his own thing. Like, I just love his personality.
Yeah.
The interesting part about the Ravens this year, you talk about it, Brandon, they're the co-favorites to win the AFC.
They are.
Like, there is a lot of...
a little surprising, but...
Right, but Vegas says, hey, they're going to bounce back and they're going to be great. But they missed the playoffs last year. Like, they didn't make... Them and the Chiefs both didn't make the playoffs. And you look at Lamar... I still wonder if the whole Bill Polian comment when he was getting drafted, if we still look at that, is that way we don't give him credit.
Well, can I add to
because
that?
I'm with you. Like, I watch this guy play, I'm like, how can you not think this guy is awesome? Like, he can throw the football, he's faster than everybody, and he moves like a receiver, but he also throws dots out.
He actually he's a really good thrower.
He throws dots everywhere.
Yeah, it's not a guy that just runs. And by the way, his mobility has cut down the last couple seasons, and maybe that's due to injury, but they're like, well, if he's an in-pocket quarterback, yeah, I've seen him do it. He's awesome. On the Bill Polian note, I was wondering this too. Like, go back to the time when we thought he might be traded, paired with now with the contract impasse that they seem to be having. If you can go get a Lamar quarterback, a quarterback of that talent, you would think 80% of the league would sign up to do it, even with that price tag. That's 3 first-round picks. I get that's a steep price, but what's the most important position to be good at? It's that one. I almost wonder if the entire league never got off the Bill Polian opinion.
Yeah.
He was picked last in the first round, right? Ravens took him 30 or 31st or 32nd, whatever it was. So that already told you the whole league was out on him, at least as a first-round guy.
Right.
and then he's up for trade a couple years back. Nobody wanted to meet that asking price that all those teams needed premier franchise quarterbacks. Who has one? Miami. Does New Orleans have one? I can't confidently say yes. I might think Tyler Shuck going in is the second best in the division. I don't have evidence of it.
Nope.
Carolina? What's Atlanta doing? They got Miami's old one. So, you start naming off the teams that said, thanks, no thanks, it's too much. They don't have one yet. So, it's like, I think a lot of the league, to your point, Steven, still, views him weirdly in the Bill Polian thing of, yeah, I won the MVP. He's a great player, but...
It's a good old boys network, man.
Yeah, the butt thing, it just...
So, it's because I really think that there's a lot of people outside of Bill Polian that when they saw Lamar, they're like, this guy can't play quarterback.
Yeah. And
I think they're going to hold that, just like you and me. If I have an opinion and I think I'm right, I'm going to dig in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to defend that thing till the death of me. That's just what we do in sports.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of people that probably think that way. They're like, well, I'm not buying in with Lamar, even though he's proved it. Now, he hasn't proved it on the biggest stages. Go back to the AFC title game a couple years ago against the Chiefs. The Ravens were terrible. I mean, Todd Monken decided we're just not going to run the football ever.
That was a very odd decision for them, and I also like to highlight in that game, Lamar wasn't stellar lights out. Zay Flowers dropped the ball at the 1 yard line.
Yeah, they fumbled it.
I think I got to go back and look at what the score was, but I feel like they would have taken the lead had he scored that touchdown. And then, sometimes that kind of stuff makes the difference in the game, right?
Right. Because the Chiefs were not that good that year. Ravens were the better team, and they lose that one. You think how we view Lamar if he just gets to the Super Bowl, we probably think of him way differently. But he has not played his best in these playoff games, and he has to get there. He didn't make it last year, so he hadn't have that to prove it. But this year, look, Vegas says they're going to be good. It's not a make or break year, I don't think, for Lamar, but they got to do something. It's kind of like the Ducks at this point. It's like, look, it's not championship or bust, but you can't have the same thing over and over.
It's only a matter of time.
You can't get railroaded to get in the playoffs if you're the Ducks. You can't miss out on the playoffs again when you have Lamar Jackson in his prime. And that's not just a Lamar thing. That's a Ravens thing. So maybe the Ravens just got to put more people around him, but you cannot keep missing the playoffs when you have a generational quarterback and you're missing playoff ratings. That's not good business.
Yeah, I mean, they just made Zay Flowers, the fifth highest paid receiver, tied him with
$140 million for 4 years.
With Justin Jefferson. He's going to make $35 a year. I think that's a slight overpay, but they clearly love him. You have Derrick Henry, who still put up crazy numbers, even though he got off to a rough start last year fumbling the football.
Yeah.
They have a defensive-minded coach. Many people look at him as like a Mike McDonald kind of clone type of guy. I don't know if he'll have that impact, but there's a lot of optimism. The defense will be much more improved than it was. Who has more pressure on them, though, as a franchise? The thing about what you're saying, you're right, and also I watched the Ravens win the Super Bowl against my team in 2012.
Yeah.
I watched the Ravens win it in 2000. Buffalo hasn't, right? Why? It seems like we are all in lockstep agreement on Baltimore. You kind of need to push this thing through the line. I think Buffalo's sitting in the same spot. They just fired their coach who's won all these division titles. They're bringing in a young 30-something who's an offensive guru. They went and got DJ Moore, Brandon Beans,
and they're opening a brand new stadium.
A brand new stadium, and Josh Allen, you lost to Denver last year, and I didn't think you played particularly well.
Last year was their year. No Mahomes,
I agree.
no Lamar,
Everything
no Burrow.
Lined up. And Bo Nix, to his credit, was great. Denver won. I didn't think Josh Allen was great in that game, but also he's a Brandon Cooks pass away. And that's the funny thing is we're talking about Zay Flowers drop at the 1. Well, Lamar can't win the big one. We're talking about Brandon Cooks. Well, the ball was ripped away. It's an interception by definition. Josh Allen. I think they're both going in. You may think Josh is better, and that's fine. I think they're both going in with the same amount, and maybe Buffalo having a little bit more of are we forever destined to be Heartbreak City? And that's what's unique about both those guys. I think they're both tier 1 guys. I would not drop Lamar. Yeah, they're both going in weirdly with the same amount, but sometimes a little noisier in Baltimore than it seems to be in Buffalo.
Yeah, I think the only differences for me is I don't think you worry about the health as much with Josh Allen just because he is a giant. He's a giant person. And Lamar has had the health problems in the past.
How much can the giant continue to be the giant who takes the hits and moves?
Right.
And that's kind of what I wonder. No, you're right about Lamar, but I do wonder the opposite for Josh of he's never really missed extended time.
Right.
Is he going to keep taking those shots at that frame. I mean, Roethlisberger hung in there forever.
Yeah.
Those big Cam had a pretty lengthy career, right? Like those big dudes can take those hits.
You're right about Cam. Cam kind of fell off a cliff at the end there.
Once he got hurt, yeah, he couldn't really throw anymore.
So that's the thing. If Josh Allen gets hurt, is it just going to fall off a cliff? And it very well could be, but he hasn't had the health problems yet, so that's why I put a little more pressure on Lamar. Like, look, you still have – Lamar is the best – running quarterback since Mike Vick. Like I haven't seen anyone better.
Mm-hmm.
And so you do worry about if he gets hurt again, like to our point earlier, do NFL people just give up on him? And that may be a thing. So Josh Allen has to stay healthy. So I would put a little more pressure on Lamar just because of the injury stuff.
We've noted this before. So in the tier category, we'll talk with Mike Sando about this coming up at 9. I mistaken it for 8, but we'll talk with Tisha Thompson coming up here at the bottom of the hour. She's helped make this 30 for 30 on the Shohei Ohtani gambling investigation, which took baseball by storm, was a big sports story. His interpreter was basically stealing money from him to lay sports bets. And as Dirt would like to say, there's no way he didn't know that was going on, but they've never been able to prove that, and his interpreter's in jail now. Tier 2 defined as carries his team sometimes, handles pure passing situations and doses, or has other dimensions that elevate him above Tier 3, has a hole or two in his game. Okay, that's how you define, Stevie Fire, Tier 2 quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
Why is Bo Nix Tier 3 to the NFL people? And where are you at on Bo Nix Tier 1,
I think that's right.
Tier 2, Tier 3?
I think Tier
stuff?
3 is fine.
You think he's Tier 3 guy?
Yeah. He doesn't do anything. He runs. His running is special. Outside of that, I don't think he does anything special. I think that's more of a Sean Payton thing. Would it be shocking if Sean Payton, if Denver has a struggle of a year, says, "You're not my guy"?
There's a lot of weird energy.
There were weird comments at the end of last season about the injuries.
Yep. They went back and forth through the media on that issue.
I don't know that Sean Payton is 100% all in on Bo Nix anymore. Now, he was when he drafted him.
Yeah.
And he had that great first year as a rookie.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, he was fine as well. And he can run around. He can do some things. I don't think he does anything necessarily special that elevates an offense. Now, he can win a Super Bowl because he is good enough. He's not going to make a lot of mistakes. But I don't think Bo Nix is a off-the-chart, skilled quarterback.
I'd love to know the one vote who gave him Tier 1 status.
See, I think that's crazy. I think Tier 3 is a perfect spot for Bo Nix. He's got to prove it a little more that he can do stuff on his own. I think a lot of it is Sean Payton.
He had 7 game-winning drives he orchestrated.
Probably was Sean Payton that gave him the vote.
I don't know, man. I think we're on. I think it's been a little interesting to watch the Sean Payton Bo dynamic. I think they tell you, "Oh, we're great, we're fine. He's competitor, I'm competitor."
Because it was.
He called out his surgery history, and then Nix was like, "That's not true." Like they had a weird.
Because the start of the honeymoon was awesome. Like they loved each other.
Oh, the first couple of weeks of his rookie year. Remember that Seattle game? He was throwing
brutal.
Ducks into the ground, and you're like, "Good God."
He was, dude. But you could tell Sean Payton had a true love for him when he drafted him.
Yeah.
And then 2 years later, it's like, hey. You're hurt all the time. And
well,
you have a chronic injury that's going to be terrible for your whole
That's
career.
what I have. I can't help but wonder that. How do you not?
Is it more likely Bo Nix is the quarterback in Denver in 3 years or not?
When you get to feet, ankle things,
that's not good.
And they linger and there's surgeries.
There's that in the back.
What's his mobility? What is he as a quarterback if he's not moving? And that I
don't think anything special.
Quick outs, quick checkdowns.
Yeah.
Now they've given him, they got him Jalen Waddle. He's got Sutton, right? They've got some stuff in Denver. It's not without talent.
The backfield's decent.
The backfield is good. They drafted somebody last year.
Yeah, Harvey.
Harvey, thank you. RJ Harvey. Their expectations, though, in the odds makers' eyes, is it's 9.5. I think we looked this up on Tuesday or Monday, 7th to win the AFC. There's a lot of hopes that they're going to win the conference and
as the 1 seed last year.
Right. There's a lot of people going in, or at least some of the math of this is saying, don't expect what that natural leap to be good again and then end up winning the whole thing. So Bo Nix is certainly a debatable one. We could talk with Mike Sando about Justin Herbert and some of the others that we got. The tiers never fails to give us good conversation because we all love the position, debating who's better, this guy or that guy. Mike Sando will join us in about an hour to discuss the article. Coming up next, Tisha Thompson, investigative reporter for ESPN, helped create the 30 for 30 on Shohei Ohtani and the illegal gambling going on. We'll talk with her about the 30 for 30 set to come out next on 105.1 The Fan.
the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by 808 Hawaiian Restaurant. Mixed plates like Grandma used to make if your grandma were from the Big Island. Woodstock, Burnside, Beaverton, or online at ate-oh-ate.com. First on the Fan. After nearly 6 hours of back and forth and debate, Multnomah County finally voted 4-1 to approve a $101 million contribution to the financing package for the Moda Center renovations. Next up, the city of Portland holds their vote on Wednesday. The offensive onslaught from the Timbers continued right into Leagues Cup play. Portland put up 4 goals in the first half, cruised to a 5-2 rout of Puebla, opening up group play. Chris Bassett, Ariel Lassiter, each scoring twice in the victory. Club America comes to Providence Park this Sunday. Carla Late doing everything for the Portland Fire. Thursday night, they built a 27-point third-quarter lead on the way to a 97-83 victory over the Tempo, ending their 5-game losing streak. Late finishing with 27 points and 11 assists. Portland will host the Storm Saturday evening. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
All right, I want to ask you guys if you'd make this deal coming up. But before we get to that, really excited to bring on a guest. We got Mike Sando at the top of the hour. We saw this one and thought, let's talk about this a little bit. They're supposedly ruining baseball is what I hear every day. The LA Dodgers can't stop being great and getting every great player, and one of those great players they got a couple years ago was Shohei Ohtani. And there's a new 30 for 30 about Shohei, the betrayal of Shohei Ohtani. And one of the lead investigators of the whole thing, who put it all together, Tisha Thompson, investigative reporter and senior writer for ESPN, joining us now. Peabody Award winner, and I'm looking forward to watching the betrayal of Shohei Ohtani, which chronicles the 2024 investigation into Shohei Ohtani's bank account sending wire transfers to an illegal bookmaking operation. Tisha, thanks for hopping on with us this morning. We appreciate the time. Excited about watching the 30 for 30. Let's start. When did this pique your interest to fully dive in on the project of having an interpreter basically siphon money away from the player they're interpreting for and then start making sports bets?
Well, when I first found out about it, it was just a little bit before the big, huge news came that Shohei Ohtani was going to be a Dodger. It was a couple weeks before I got a tip from a source that said, hey, I want you to look at some things. And we were pieced together enough to realize that Shohei Ohtani's bank account was sending money to an illegal bookmaking operation. And the reason why that's a big deal is I think pretty much anybody who cares about baseball knows that players and staff are not allowed to bet on baseball. But MLB rules also say that you can't have anything to do with any bookmaker. So we really dug that, and we spent quite a bit of time trying to figure out what's going on, only to then get tipped off that it might not be Shohei Ohtani. It might be his interpreter, who a lot of people had known. His name is Mita, and he was described as Shohei Ohtani's best friend.
Tisha, question for you here. When you first started investigating, like you said, you got these tips, you got everything. What was the first tipping point where you thought, man, this thing could get really enormous really quickly? Like, was there one moment you thought, man?
It was right away.
Right away.
I mean, no, it was right away.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we get tips in the ESPN investigative unit pretty regularly. And sometimes they pan out and sometimes they don't. I mean, there's a lot of reporting that we do that people never hear about because it just doesn't meet our due diligence. You know, for whatever reason, the information is inaccurate or we can't find proof or, you know, it falls apart. In this case, the tip came, you know, there was some good stuff. It's actually a podcast. And in the first episode of the podcast, we walk you through in the betrayal of Shohei Ohtani, we walk you through what I found out and how I found out. And one of the things I had was it was a document that was from a raid of the illegal bookmaker's house. And it was it had this long list of things. So we knew there was some real meat here. But what became very challenging was trying to figure out, is it Shohei or is it Ipe? And that's a big deal, right? I mean, I was so stunned when I first got the tip. I'm one of these people that types everything you say to me into my computer when you're talking to me because I don't want to miss a single word. And I was so stunned by what I was told that all I wrote down was the letter O. And that tells you how big a deal it was. I mean, in that moment, he was about to become the highest paid baseball player in history. And he was about to become an LA Dodger, and MLB was going all in on Shohei Ohtani. And more importantly, there wasn't a single whisper about any scandal connected to him. As we say in the podcast, he had a reputation for being squeaky clean. Mm-hmm. So this was a really stunning allegation. And then, of course, we get thrown the curveball. Wait, it might be Ipe. It might be Ipe who's making the bets. And it's important to say to folks, Ipe is currently in prison right now after pleading guilty to stealing from Shohei Ohtani. So the podcast really has given us the opportunity to take the listener on the journey we went through and let them listen to all of the evidence that we gathered up in an interview we did with Ipe himself, where he gives very conflicting information, and then what the federal investigation ultimately found.
Yeah, Tisha Thompson, our guest here, host of the 30 for 30 podcast that she mentions there, the betrayal of Shohei Ohtani, which will chronicle the 2024 investigation. As she mentioned, got a tip, instantly became a huge story, and then blew up and became the story in all of sports. You're so right on Shohei, too, because like at that point, we knew him as the Japanese Babe Ruth, and that was kind of it. We had heard that he had a wife, but I think at that point we hadn't really seen her. There was a dog. We're trying to figure out the dog's name. We knew nothing about this guy other than he was awesome at everything baseball. I have a question, and I'm sure in some ways you're going to address this, right? Because there's a full scope of stuff here. But there's a lot of people. Now, I have a co-host. He's out today, so Stephen Vaughn is sitting in with me. But I have a co-host who is a Giant fan, so he's a little jaded here. He and many people who follow this, Tisha, they just refuse to believe that a guy was having his money drained out of his account, having no utter clue that that guy was making sports bets. And so there's just a lot of sports fans that will always, I think, believe until they listen to maybe the podcast that Shohei's probably making bets. It's one of the more popular things for people his age in America to be doing right now is sports gambling. His interpreter gets busted for it. I mean, just what do you say to people that just refuse to believe that Shohei really had no idea this was happening?
That's why I really wanted to do the podcast. That's why, 30 for 30 gives us the opportunity to really spend a lot of time with a story, much more time than we often get to explain all the things that we knew. And, for the last 2 years, all anybody who wants to talk to me, I say this often because it's true. I'll be on the sidelines of my kids' games. I'll be at my eye doctor's office. He won't let me out of there without asking these same questions. Like, is it really possible? What do you think? And I often would say back to people, I wish you could hear this interview I did. I wish you could see all the evidence that I've seen. And that's what this podcast allowed us to do, is to let you see everything that we knew. And we really tackle a lot of what you just talked about. Why are people so skeptical? Why do people say, well, I don't believe it, even though the federal government read 40,000 text messages between Ipe and Shohei, and they say they never found any evidence that Shohei knew anything about the betting? Well, then, okay, well, how on earth would someone not know that $16 million was missing from their bank account? Because that's essentially what this came down to, is that Ipe says he stole $16 million to pay off gambling debts to this illegal bookie. Well, how on the earth did that happen? We really start to tackle that. We walk you through everything that the federal investigation found, how the bank accounts were managed, how someone like Ipe could have gotten access to those accounts without Shohei knowing. We really get into that in episodes 5 and 6. Episode 5 came out yesterday. Episode 6 comes out on Tuesday. And I encourage people to listen to it, because even the assistant U.S. attorney during Ipe's sentencing hearing, I was sitting in the audience there, he says, Ipe made an international incident when he lied to an ESPN reporter. Well, I'm the reporter he lied to. And he said, because Ipe lied in this interview that you can listen to in episode 2 and you can hear what Ipe said, people don't believe it. They don't believe it. And we really show you why federal investigators say, listen to us, listen to what we found, look at all this evidence.
You talk about there's all the evidence that pointed that it was the Ipe and Shohei knew nothing about it. But there's all these people that do believe it, don't believe that Shohei didn't know. Was there any moment where you questioned Shohei's truth that he was saying that he really knew nothing about it?
Well, I think it's important to tell people that I've been asking to interview Shohei Ohtani about this since the very beginning. And at one point we gathered up enough evidence where we felt like we could go to Shohei Ohtani's people and say, hey, what the heck is going on here? And even though I had been told different things by different sources, some of the information was consistent, like the amount of money and that the wire transfers were being sent from Shohei Ohtani's bank account. A lot of what I've been told was solid. The thing that always sort of wavered was it Shohei, was it Ipe? And when I said, I'd really like to talk to Shohei Ohtani, they said, well, we can give you Ipe. Let us let you talk to Ipe. So you can hear it. In episode 2, we played almost the entirety of this interview. I mean, you can really hear me pushing Ipe, and you can hear my skepticism during the interview where I'm like, well, why? I actually, I point blank say, why should I believe you? What do you say to people who think this is going to be a cover-up? I asked all of those questions in real time because we were anticipating that people were going to have these questions. I mean, we had these questions. Mm-hmm. And so, I hope people will listen to what Ipe said, and then I hope they'll listen to what the federal investigators said. And by the end of, the podcast, which finishes up on Tuesday, I will be interested to hear what people think, because you will now know what I know.
Tisha Thompson, our guest here, ESPN, the 30 for 30 podcast, which is out, the betrayal of Shohei Ohtani, the 2024 investigation into the bank account transfers. The interpreter of Shohei, Ipe Mizuhara, ended up going to prison over $16 million, as Tisha notes. Which is a higher number than I feel like I remember reading about. So that's even more insane of how much money was sent over.
We get into that. Yeah.
Yeah.
We get into all of that. Like, why did Tisha say 4.5, but she thought it was actually 16? I can give you a hint. Ipe told me it was $4.5 million. That was all he would admit to, even though I was pretty confident it was more than that. And of course, the feds ultimately said, oh yeah, no, it was 16 million.
Okay, so I forget what his sentence is in prison, but I'm kind of curious. Do you know if they still, like, has Shohei visited him? Have they talked on the phone, or is that relationship completely cut and dead? I saw a cut from Jeff Passan that says Shohei probably makes $100 million just from the Japanese economy in advertising and being Shohei Ohtani. So, like, obviously huge amounts of money every year. Him not noticing 16, I guess you can fly under the radar. But is there a chance that Ipe gets out and he brings him back into, like, would baseball even allow that? I don't know how any of that works, but what's the relationship
that's
like?
A good question. My understanding is Ipe is there, as we say, it was one of the most public breakups you've ever seen in sports, that Shohei Ohtani has cut Ipe right out of his life. I was told by one of Shohei's spokespeople that Shohei will never do an interview and will never say Ipe's name ever again, at least publicly. Ipe is currently in prison. It's a low security prison in a federal penitentiary in Pennsylvania. He's not eligible for parole until 2029. He got a little less than 5 years as a sentence. And then pretty much everyone I've talked to says it's very likely that since he's a Japanese citizen, he grew up his entire life in the United States, came to the United States as a baby, but he is still a Japanese citizen. He will most likely be deported from the United States. So even when he gets out of prison, his punishment won't be over. Now, meanwhile, while Ipe, is going to court and is pleading guilty, Shohei goes on this incredible run. That's when he breaks the 50-50 record. Ipe is going to court. He's saying, I'm guilty. Shohei goes and breaks the 50-50 record. And then a couple of weeks later, he's winning the World Series with the Dodgers. And then Ipe goes to prison, or gets sentenced and goes to prison. What does Shohei go do? Well, he and the Dodgers go win another World Series. So these two men have gone on completely different trajectories in the last 2 years.
One of the more fascinating things that I saw and read about and listened to was the interview with Matthew Boyer, the bookie that was taking all the bets. What was the most shocking thing that you heard from him? Because that's a guy that has seen a lot, that has been through a lot, and even he was like surprised with how much Ipe was putting into it, all the bets that was going into it. Like, what was that like to hear from that guy, from Matthew Boyer, the bookie?
Well, as he says, Ipe's bets were bananas. That's his quote. It was 19,000 bets in about 2 years. So the bets were averaging about 24 bets a day. And because Boyer was making so much money off of these bets, he began to really track them. And he says the bets were coming in the middle of the night. They were coming in the day. They were coming in all hours of the day. And one of the things that we really get into the bookie's perspective in episode 4 of the podcast, The Betrayal of Shohei Ohtani, because for me, I wanted to understand how on earth can someone get, and it was ultimately $40 million in debt to an illegal bookmaker. Why, first of all, would the bookie let that happen? $40 million. And then what kind of behavior, like how do you gamble that much? How do you pull that off? There are very few people who've ever had that kind of experience. And I also wanted to really hear from the bookie what they're thinking and what they're doing, not just, if it was Ipe, but for any client. I mean, these guys make money off of your addiction or off of, your inability to stop betting. So what are they doing to encourage that betting without having you go bankrupt? Matt Boyer himself loves to gamble, and he's lost almost as much money as he has made on sports betting. So it's a fascinating perspective. Anybody who likes to bet on sports ought to listen to the bookie. They ought to listen to episode 4 just so that you can understand what the other side is thinking when you're placing your bets. And, what you do with that information is up to you. But for me as an investigative reporter, I want people to go into things as well educated as they possibly can. And it's very rare to get a bookie to tell you what they're thinking while they're trying to get you to lose as much money as possible placing bets with their book.
Very quickly, because we'll let you go here, Tisha. We appreciate the time, and we're looking forward to listening to the Betrayal of Shohei on the 30 for 30 podcast. How often did he bet on over-unders and prop bets involving Shohei? Like you mentioned the 50-50 season. I kept wondering, did he lay a bet that year of the over-under of how many stolen bases and home runs Shohei would hit? Like, did he bet on Shohei himself?
He never bet on baseball. That is something that everyone agrees on. Wow. Ipe says he never bet on baseball. The Feds say he never bet on baseball. MLB never found any evidence. The bookie says he never bet on baseball. So that's something everybody agrees on. That's probably one of the things that I can confidently say Ipe told me the truth about. But he bet on a whole lot of other stuff.
I know. Yeah. What was the sport he bet on the most? Do we know that? Was it college football? Was it NFL?
He bet a lot on international soccer, and not just men's soccer. He would bet on women's soccer. As Matt Boyer says in episode 4 of the podcast, he was betting on all kinds of games that you wouldn't even think to bet on maybe here in the United States, like women's Uzbekistani soccer that was taking place in the middle of the night. And there was really no rhyme or reason to it. And as he got more and more in debt, the bets became bigger and bigger because he was trying to dig himself out of a hole. So what starts off as fairly modest bets become hundreds of thousands of dollar bets. Complicated bets that are also not necessarily going to win you any money, just put you more further in the hole.
Absolutely insane. Looking forward to the podcast, the 30 for 30 pod, the Betrayal of Shohei Ohtani. Tisha Thompson is the host of the podcast, an investigative reporter for ESPN, and has been for quite some time. She's taken down a lot of great stories. Trevor Bauer, Dan Snyder, amongst many others, won a 2019 Peabody Award as part of the team Spartan Secrets, and a 2019 National Gracie Award for Best Online Video Host for work on Being Believed, a conversation with sister survivors. I am looking forward to this one because it was wild when it happened, and I'm glad somebody's dug in and is going to be able to walk us through the whole situation from the start until the finish. Tisha Thompson, our guest. Thank you for hopping on, Tisha. We appreciate it. Have a great Friday and weekend, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me. Have a great weekend.
You too. There we go. Tisha Thompson, ESPN investigative reporter and host of the 30 for 30 pod, the Betrayal of Shohei Ohtani. Do you still walk away? Let me ask you quickly. 40,000 text messages. The feds have investigated. There's still a lot of people that will walk away never believing that, like at the batting cage in Japanese, he was like, lay the bet on this team.
I have a hard time believing
You
that
never put it in writing.
and
you
he
just
never bet
quietly
on
do it.
baseball. Like, bro is in debt.
He's in baseball. How does he not
He's
bet
in
on
ba-
baseball?
That's the one thing he has an in on. That's
That's what
hard
the
for me
bookie
to
said.
believe.
The bookie
It's hard to
said.
believe, but it's also the one thing that would get flagged the quickest with
True.
his job.
True.
Yeah, you're not tracking down. What country did he say he bet?
Uzbekistan women's soccer.
He bet on UP women's soccer. Like University of Portland.
He bet on the Pilots?
Yes, he bet on UP women's soccer. That was one of the bets. I remember reading that.
Get him on the show. See if we can take a prison phone call. I got a lot of questions for
Low-key
Ipe.
kind of my hero for betting.
Collect from Pennsylvania.
two dozen bets a day?
Would you like to collect call from penitentiary in Pennsylvania? Yes. I'll accept the charges. Ipe! Muzihara. All right, good stuff from Tisha Thompson. Would you take this deal in sports? Next on The Fan. All right, good stuff from Tisha Thompson on the Shohei Ohtani betting scandal. We'll talk with Mike Sando coming up at the top of the hour. We thought he was going to be on at this top of the hour, but I'm an idiot, so naturally I was an hour off. I don't know my time zones on the West Coast.
Geography not your strong suit?
Is it daylight savings? Is it standard time? Is it permanent daylight savings?
I will
what are
fight
we
you
doing?
on time zone stuff mainly because I think I book 90% or more of the guests of this program, and most of them are out of the time zone. I will absolutely agree with you if you start quizzing me on, like, what is daylight savings, which one is the fallback and the hour ahead, and then the standard time versus, you lose me there. I will fully tell you I'm stupid. I know time zones, though, of the country.
I actually was impressed by your time zone knowledge.
Thank you. I booked a lot of guests, dude. I've been doing this a long time of booking guests from a night show all the way to the morning show. And so I've had to, like, a lot of people, different parts of the country. Like, the only one I get sometimes messed up on is Phoenix, Vegas, because I always forget which one.
Vegas is our time.
Vegas is our time.
It's in our time zone.
Right. And Phoenix
does not observe daylight savings, but they're in the mountain time zone.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I get it most of the time right, but in my mind,
so you have that, and then Hawaii does not observe daylight savings.
Vegas messes me up because I feel like it should not be Pacific time zone.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
But
Vegas should be mountain.
Right.
And there's the line in my head with the map doesn't make any sense.
Right, but it's Pacific.
I agree with you. We'll talk with Mike Sando coming up at the top of the hour about the NFL quarterback tiers. I want to ask you, Stephen Vaughn, you're a degenerate gambler. Some would say you're the Ippei Mizuhara of the fan.
Whoa.
Now, who are you stealing money from? We don't know yet. Could be Rob, could be Sook. Maybe it's Ryan Cooley. Maybe it's Swag, and we don't even know it. You're sneaking in there, taking money.
Sneaky like that.
Okay.
Well, who wouldn't know?
That's the thing.
Well, let me ask you this.
Rop wouldn't know.
You don't believe it,
I
right?
think Rop would pay attention the least.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Until you got to 16 million, then he might find out.
Right.
I think you're both wrong on that. You may not believe her or the investigation. I can throw this at you, though. Remove 16 million as the number.
Yeah.
How much a week does your wife spend on Amazon or online shopping?
Ooh.
You have no clue.
The summertime is a lot more packages.
Do you look at your account every day and track the amount?
No, because she makes more money than I do anyway, so I don't care.
Okay. The point is, though, like, simply how many of us in our own lives,
right,
we don't know how much money is being siphoned off to Amazon for the sticky shower pad that you don't need, right? Like,
right.
There's a lot of crap in our houses. So I can kind of understand it. It's still a crazy amount of money to not know.
eBay low-key, kind of want to hang out with the guy.
I'd be very curious to see and have a conversation with him.
Like going to the casino with that, bro, would be kind of fun.
Him at a sports book would be nuts.
Like what you got right now?
Who you like right now? I'm looking at Portland Pilot women's soccer.
Tennis matches.
Would you take this deal, yay or nay? It's a sports deal being offered by a franchise. The Dallas Mavericks are offering what they call a bounty to whoever unpacks a Cooper Flag debut patch autograph card. It's a 101.
Ah, yes.
Okay? Here is the trade. You draw the card.
I draw the card.
The Dallas Mavericks are offering 32 years of premium lower-level tickets, a signed game-worn Cooper Flag rookie jersey, plus a post-game photo with the star at a game of your choosing. The winner will also receive a road trip experience to see the Mavericks face the Boston Celtics with round-trip airfare, hotel accommodations, and game tickets covered, a private photo shoot with the Rookie of the Year trophy, which Flag won last year, along with the Larry O'Brien trophy, as well as a VIP tour of Dallas's practice facility with a team meet and greet, and also included a private basketball experience for up to 10 guests at American Airlines Center.
No, I'm not. Now, I'm a guy that is kind of a nerd. I collect cards. I do love sports cards. The Paul Skeens 101 of that card went for $1.11 million.
Yeah.
Cooper Flag is going to go for $2 or $3 million.
By the way, good timing to sell that Skeens card just in case the arm's falling off.
The flag card's going to go maybe up to $4 million.
I would sell it instantly.
I would
Yeah.
sell it. So
I
I'm
would
not
hold it.
taking that deal. You're taking cash that you get from selling it privately to some bro.
When teams do this, they always calculate how much all this stuff costs, and it like the Pirates did this with skis,
Yes.
and it was so far below
the market value of the card.
It was like 500.
Yeah.
It was like maybe 400K or 500K. The card sold for 1.1. Right?
Yeah.
Like,
No, you don't take that deal.
No.
You sell it.
you don't. It's a great deal though.
Great. Yeah.
You may not agree with the price value of it, but like that's a lot of stuff you're getting.
Yeah.
And a road trip to Boston.
Yeah.
Cool
I
publicity.
mean, they're throwing as much stuff in the thing as they can. It's not like it's a joke of an offer.
I'll give you a take. Lifetime season tickets at the premium lower level is better. Why are you doing 32?
Because his number.
Is that his number?
Like, okay,
Yeah,
but
stupid.
Get
I'm
up
with
the
you.
value.
It's lifetime.
Yeah, give me lifetime.
Yeah.
We'll see if they end up getting anybody on that. Loaded final hour of the radio program. One of the dumber comments we've ever heard at a sports press conference in quite some time. We'll get to that. But we kick off the final hour. Mike Sando of The Athletic releasing his quarterback tiers article. He does it every year. We'll talk with him about that on The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Panthers rookie quarterback Hayes King stole the show at the NFL Hall of Fame game. He toted in the winning touchdown from 3 yards out as time expired, giving Carolina a 33-30 win over the Cardinals. King finished 21 of 34 through the air with 180 yards and 2 touchdowns. Timbers can't stop scoring goals. They put up 5 in their group play opener of the League's Cup, taking down Puebla 5-2. Bassett and Lassiter each with a brace. They'll try with Club America coming to Providence Park on Sunday. Portland Fire built a 27-point third-quarter lead on their way to a 97-83 victory over the Tempo, ending their 5-game losing streak. Carla Late, outstanding, 27 points and 11 assists. Portland will host the Storm Saturday night. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Hey, welcome back in. The final hour of the radio program. This is it, Stephen Vaughn. Our final hour of radio together.
A little sad, but you know what? It's been a fun time.
Only a little. It's your final day doing double duty. You'll be on primetime later. Just you and Sakanic, right?
Yeah, me and Big Sook.
There you go. That'll be a fun show.
Yes, sir.
It's been great to have you in, but we got one more hour radio to get through, and that is going to be a lot of fun because we're going to kick it off the final hour of the radio program with Mike Sando of The Athletic. He's put out his quarterback tier ranking article. I mean, there's so many polarizing ones to talk about. We only talked about a few of them because I thought he was going to be on at 8. It turns out it was supposed to be 9. But we dove into some of them. Lamar and Bo Nix. You know, we didn't get to Herbert. Herbert seems to be pretty highly regarded. I think most people logically say, yeah, Justin Herbert's awesome. And I think obviously hanging over him is the playoff performances, the sub 60% completion percentage stuff, the interceptions, touchdowns. They need to win a game. Also, context matters. Not having your 2 tackles in a football game
matters.
That can matter.
Right.
Having a broken hand can matter. Being in a tough division can matter. And it seems like everybody in the NFL, you know, if he goes 0-4 this year and flames out again, it's probably going to drop. But most people I think in the NFL have the logical brain of like, no, Justin Herbert's really good at football.
Yeah, he looks the part too. That's the thing. And now, you know, it doesn't help that, you know, his hot fiance is playing with his hair. Like that just doesn't help with the whole
he cut the hair a little bit too. He's got good long locks.
Yeah.
I like it when it's getting almost to shoulder length. I like that, but he cut it short.
Yeah, that's more professional.
Yeah,
he's really growing up in front of our eyes.
Is he knocked down a tier from watching him be pet by his girlfriend on the sidelines?
I think it knocks him up a tier.
It goes up a tier
for the Stephen Vaughn.
So he's a T1 guy now.
Yeah, he's a tier 1 for Stephen Vaughn.
Hey, all right. Well, let's talk to our good friend Mike Sando, who's making the rounds because he puts it out every year. And man, Mike, you are kind of evil in the sense of like you're doing the Lord's work, but you also know how much you're pissing off football fans by just reporting how people in football view the most important position. Do you not?
That's true. Now, this year, though, our production people let the fans vote, too. And let me tell you, the fans are harder than the coaches and executives. So, you know, I think everybody's got some strong opinions. They just like their own.
Yeah, they do. How much flack do you actually take when you put this out of like we had somebody tweet us earlier, he's got Bo Nix 3rd tier. He doesn't know ball. And I'm like, it's not Mike Sando making all the tiers for all these guys. Like how many people misinterpret the whole tiers list?
Some of that. Yeah, that definitely happens. And even when I do some of these interviews, you know, they know, but they'll say you have them ranked. I'm like in my mind, or I might say it, you know, It's not me, but it's a good, you know, it's a good look for better or worse of how the league sees people and why, and so I'm fine with that. There's no question on X like my, you know, the men when you have mentions, if you have a lot of mentions, it'll just say 20 plus. You don't have any. It's just like it's 20 plus. Like every time I refresh it, it says 20 plus because it's just going back and forth. You know, unlike any other week really for me.
Yeah.
I mean, you are so right. The list is just incredible because it's going to just makes people so mad and so happy and so angry, all the emotions. Was there one One player in particular that you were a little shocked at where they ranked in the tiers by the executives and everybody?
I'll tell you a couple. So I was bracing. I'm always braced for whether or not Lamar Jackson's in 1 or 2. That's a hot button one for good reason. There's people who feel like he wasn't given his due. You know, when he came out, people were lower on him. He's won a couple MVPs, and yet there's always someone saying what he can't do, and so I think that is one. And then he was in tier 1 last year, tier 2 this year. I knew that's going to be a talker and a debater, and you try to explain what people are thinking, but you're not going to make everybody happy on that. Even the voters are conflicted. Gets a lot of tier 1 votes, a few more in tier 2. I thought that was interesting. Denver fans probably want to see Bo Nix higher than the top of tier 3 for what he's done. And you look at that the rest of that draft class, there's some other guys higher. Drake May, Caleb Williams, for example. So there's a little bit there. I think Dak Prescott was interesting in that he moved up 5 spots. Did he suddenly do something last year we'd never seen him do? I didn't really understand that. He got way more tier 1 votes than he's gotten in the past. So that was a little bit surprising. But for the most part, I think people accept most of them. Jalen Hurts being barely holding on in tier 2, I think that's tough for some people when he's won a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Mike Sando, our guest here at The Athletic, released the article from the NFL execs and coaches. As he mentions, the fans can vote as well. And I went through, and I would vote on the different quarterbacks, Mike, just to see what the percentages splits would be in tiers. I would give my honest opinion of the guys, but I'd be curious, am I more in lockstep with the everyday fans, or do I think or view somebody greater or weaker than where they're largely at? You can find the article at The Athletic. It's great. Mike is on social media, as you mentioned. Be one of his 20-plus mentions every time he refreshes it at Sando NFL. He's been covering the NFL and doing exceptional work for a long time. I quite enjoy it. And one of the guys that we talk about for obvious reasons here, we're the home of the Ducks, Justin Herbert being an Oregon Duck. And, we're joking before we get you on that maybe he's being knocked up or down a tier based on how people view him being pet by his girlfriend at camp on the sidelines. Yeah. And that's great to joke about. He comes in at tier 2, and he's one of the top tier 2 guys, right? He's just below Lamar at number 6. He's got a couple votes for tier 3, and he's got quite a few votes for tier 1. I know ultimately he's tier 2, and he needs the playoff stuff. But just how fascinating I think the conversations are. You're talking to these people on but kind of off the record with, being anonymous. How fascinating the conversations are when you talk about Justin Herbert with people around the NFL.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think a good way to frame it on him is, at what point do reasons sound like excuses? And there's always reasons for why somebody with this amount of talent, who's obviously good, doesn't have more team success. But after a certain number of years, there's certain people, everyone has their breaking point when they're like, I don't want to hear something different every year, just do it. And so he got, I think, 19 votes in tier 1 and 3 in tier 3. That's pretty unusual to get tier 3 votes from people that have about had it. They don't want to hear it anymore, whatever it is. I will say this about the Chargers, though. They've had 20-some years of good quarterback play, because they had Phillip Rivers for all those years, and now Herbert. They have not won a division title since 2009. I mean, division, there's only 4 teams in the division, and I know, obviously Denver was good for a while, and the Chiefs have been good, but still, that tells you there's some things going on there beyond these quarterbacks, because Herbert and Rivers are top 10 quarterbacks for sure.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Mike, I got a question about Jaden Daniels, because I feel like as a rookie, he came in, and he took the league by storm, winning the Heisman Trophy, 2nd overall pick. I thought that rookie year with the Commanders, he was probably the best quarterback in all of the NFC. And then this last season, injuries, they kind of loaded up on a bunch of veterans. What's the league saying about Jaden Daniels going into year 3? Is it just a matter of fact, does he have to stay healthy, or is there something else going on with him?
I think it's health. I think it's definitely health, because after, the rookies are not in this thing. So after his rookie season, he went all the way up to number 6, kind of where Herbert is now. He got a lot of tier 1 votes, which is unusual for someone that early in their career, because they saw he wasn't just a runner. He's a good passer, a dangerous runner, and his team got to the championship game, and the team was the Washington Commanders, who hadn't sniffed anything forever. Mm-hmm. So he checked all those boxes, kind of got a free pass or earned a pass to the top of tier 2. Then last year comes, and he's 2-5 in the games he starts, and he can't stay healthy. So some of those concerns people had about him coming out of college that got kind of put to the side after a great rookie year, I think came back. And so he, corrected down, I think, to number 13, still solidly in Tier 2. I think if he's healthy, he's going nowhere but up.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a little bit of a question mark now.
Yeah, that's the tough part. Mike Sando, the Athletic, our guest here, the Tiers quarterback list from the execs and coaches around the league. You can also vote yourself if you go to the article at The Athletic, theathletic.com. It's right there on the main NFL page. It was one of the lead stories yesterday and the day before that. So excited to have Mike on to talk about these quarterbacks. The one up north that just won the Super Bowl, you're in the state of Washington. You're around this stuff. You're following it very closely along with the rest of the league. I'm kind of just away from the execs and coaches because Sam Darnold's coming in here, and when I look at the fan votes, he's got a 47% split at like Tier 3 and 46% in Tier 2. So he's kind of polarizing to even the fans as a Tier 2 guy. Just Mike Sando's read of Sam Darnold, who had the great year with Minnesota that ended in a dud, comes into Seattle. We had listeners down here in Portland who are Seahawks fans, Mike, that were basically like, this isn't an upgrade from Geno. They weren't all sold on it, and then they win the Super Bowl. He has a great season again, so we're recalculating a lot of this stuff. Just your view of Sam Darnold personally, not where his tier is, just your views of Sam Darnold.
Yeah. Well, Sam Darnold has won a ton of games the last 2 years playing for teams that had great defenses. And Minnesota, without him, was a mess, but went 9-8.
Mm-hmm.
So without really having good quarterback play at all. So I think if you look at his early career, very tough situation with the Jets, to Seattle, which was a better situation than people realized. The coach is great, Mike McDonald. He put together a great defense already. Their special teams are scoring touchdowns to win games. They're down 30-14 at home to the Rams in a gotta-have-it game, and they win it because they get a punt return for touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
And Darnold did some stuff too. So I think that you can see the complementary nature of this. You give him his due as a Tier 2 quarterback, but you're not pushing up to the top of Tier 2. I agree with that, because the context of the team is a huge part of this.
Yeah.
When you talk to some executives and yourself, just what you're thinking about, you look at like a the Tier 3 group of quarterbacks, Tier 4 group of quarterbacks. Is there a guy that people are out there talking and saying, man, this guy could actually blow up and be, a top of Tier 2 or even, God forbid, a Tier 1 quarterback that's kind of in Tier 3 right now?
Keep your eye on Tyler Shough of the Saints. He was somebody who's low down in there because he only started about half the season. A lot of guys that I talked to hadn't really seen him, just said, hey, give him a 4, not enough information. But the people who played him and saw him were pretty universally optimistic. So that's somebody who kind of sneaked in. He's an older player coming out of college career. He had some injuries, didn't go as well as people thought it would. Was available to them outside the first round, which is unusual. It's the Saints. No one really watched him, right? But they put together some pieces around him. They drafted a quarterback or receiver in the top 10. He had some big games last year when no one was really looking. So he's somebody I don't think he's going to go to Tier 1, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if he moved into Tier 2 quick.
Mike, I just gave the opinion 2 days ago that he's the second best quarterback in the NFC South, so thank you for defending the opinion there with what people are telling you around the league. I guess I know ball a little bit here. Tyler Shough, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. Ball knower.
Ball,
That's right. That's you.
All ball knower.
Ball knower, Brandon Sprague.
I'm never wrong. Yeah. Let me ask you, of the 50 people you go with, the execs, coaches, is it the same every year, or do you mix it up with that list of people that you ask?
Well, whether I try to mix it up or not, it gets mixed up because if I just contacted 50 guys, I wouldn't get it. I wouldn't have enough because they're on vacation. I'm on vacation.
Right.
You miss people. So I probably reach out to 75 or 80, maybe even more people. I actually keep a separate list of like, hey, who did I reach out to? Because you got to try to remember it. And I have little check marks once they get back to me. Do I have their ballot? Have we had a conversation? I've kind of got this little sheet that I work off of, and then I'm conscious too of, okay, I want to make sure that I get enough of a mix here. This year I ended up having, I think, 8 GMs, 9 head coaches. I think I had 5 assistant GMs and 5 former GMs, 15 coordinators. You're trying to balance these things out so it's a representative group because the groups will vote a little bit differently. The coaches will be higher on an Aaron Rodgers because of all the stuff he can do at the line of scrimmage and how well he understands the game. The personnel guys might be higher earlier on Drake May or Caleb Williams, some of these guys they scouted coming out who they have a high opinion on, and they've shown something, and that's what I saw. So you get a little bit of that, and you want to have a mix to balance it out.
Absolutely. The reason I ask you that is, and look, I ultimately I'm kind of joking with this, but also I understand your side of like, these are anonymous. You're just grateful that you got people participating, giving their opinion, and you want to get these out. I think sometimes, though, when you get a yes vote, Aaron Rodgers is tier 1, we need to flush votes out. We need to say, hey, I appreciate you responding.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers tier 1 getting a vote that's a little wild. I know Aaron Rodgers had a great career.
Yeah.
A little wild.
But so what will happen sometimes is, I find this more with like established offensive coaches. Sometimes they will skew with way more tier 1s because they feel like if I got this guy, that's what he would be. That's my perception.
Gotcha.
You occasionally get a one-off like that. It doesn't mean the guy's votes are terrible throughout the whole thing, or doesn't mean that he doesn't have. Sometimes they're very successful coaches who feel that way. So yeah, I'm with you. You sort of live with that. You talk to 50 people, you're going to get someone with on any subject, right? If you're going to get some people with some wacky opinions.
Absolutely, including mine. Everybody gives wacky opinions about the NFL.
Were you surprised that Patrick Mahomes came in at number 1, coming off the torn ACL, and kind of, it's not like the Chiefs' offense was terrible the last couple of years, but it's been a little down the last few years. They feel like they had won a lot more with their defense. Were you still surprised that Mahomes is still at number 1 going into this year?
I was more curious to see if people would come off of him a little bit, and I guess I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, the tier 2 vote I got was one of the 2 or 3 final guys, final voters. So, when you're that established and you have the playoff credentials on top of it, I think people aren't just going to come off of you like that. So we'll see this year. If he has a tough year or isn't quite the same, does Josh Allen pass him? There's just a lot of respect for Mahomes.
Who is the quarterback Mike Sando most disagrees with where they landed?
That's a great question. Let me just kind of go through these here, just looking. Man, am I agreeing with these guys?
My only one, I think, Mike, for me, there's debatable one. Like, I had Lamar Jackson, and I totally get a little banged up, but, he won 2 MVPs. I don't know what we're doing here between, he's not a tier 1 guy. I'm like, I don't know, man. They're pretty good every year most of the time. That was probably mine, and yours would be?
Yeah. Well, I think he's okay where he's at, but Kyler Murray fell in this thing, okay? He's down this year over last, but I felt like the tenor of the comments was optimistic being in Minnesota. Good defense, good weapons.
Mm-hmm.
There weren't that many people. Let me look. He only got 4 votes in tier 2, and I get it. But you'd think there might have been some people kind of like, hey, I think he's going to really have a revival. This guy has some talent, and I just didn't feel that.
Yeah. Yeah, Sam Darnold-esque maybe. Maybe that's his turnaround spot. You go to Minnesota, work with O'Connell, get a big contract somewhere else, win a Super Bowl. Final one for you, Mike, because we appreciate the time this morning, the extended conversation. We have to get Mike Sando, who's been covering the NFL for how long now?
This is my 29th season. Someone said, entering his 3rd decade. I'm like, shoot, I'm actually going to be entering my 4th decade covering this because I'm almost got 30 years done. Crazy.
Oh my God, dude. You've been doing it a long time, and we've really enjoyed. You've been a friend of the program throughout the years. You're not old. You're young at heart, all right? You're still writing about the NFL.
When I was 8 years old on the beat,
Absolutely. Who are Mike Sando's tier 1 championship contenders in the National Football League going into the preseason and week 1?
Okay, everyone's going to say the Rams, and I'm there, but I don't necessarily think they're the top. I think Seattle is still right there. I think Seattle's got a real complete team and maybe my top choice in this thing. I'm just kind of going through the rest of these teams.
Yeah.
So I'd probably do Seattle 1, Rams 2. AFC side, I'm just going through this. I feel like New England's going to regress. I think it's going to be a free-for-all again in the AFC. I think whoever gets to the AFC is losing to the NFC. And I don't know who it is in the AFC. I just feel like, each one of these teams is flawed enough that maybe it's the year for a Buffalo to sneak through.
Yeah, I felt that way last year, and then the Brandon Cooks catch just didn't happen. So 2 teams in the NFC, and he's not really sure about the AFC, and I don't blame you for that one. It's a tough conference to figure out. Mike Sando's great list every year. He does great work for The Athletic year-round on the NFL, but his NFL quarterback tiers ranking from 50 execs, coaches, assistants, etc., you can find it on The Athletic as he ranks, the league ranks all the quarterbacks, and Mike just puts it to paper, puts it online. Don't yell at him. He's just doing a great job and giving us content that we love to consume. Mike, thanks for hopping on, man, making the rounds. We appreciate it. Great article, great work, and we'll talk to you soon during the NFL season.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, there we go. Mike Sando, at Sando NFL, the quarterback tier rankings.
Great stuff.
Is there more teams that should be in Tier 1 championship windows for you guys? He only came up with 2. He couldn't even come up with the AFC. Like, who would your AFC Tier 1 team be? Has to be Buffalo.
It should be Buffalo.
Should Baltimore be in there? Vegas is saying they should. Do you guys agree?
Should we put the Chiefs back in there? Mahomes is going to be healthy. He's going to play week 1.
As Swag and I have mentioned, we're not as scared about those Chiefs anymore. They're kind of,
old.
They're a little old, and who's their lead receiver? Is it Rashee Rice? Is he in jail?
If he's out there.
Is it Xavier Worthy? I mean, Kelsey?
Can they have a consistent rushing attack?
Yeah.
Is the AFC kind of
dog-ass?
Low-key bad?
You're relying on a couple of, I
don't know if dog-ass is how I was going to go, but yeah.
I mean.
Bad.
What's the difference between not good and dog-ass? Isn't that kind of the same thing?
I guess, yeah.
I mean,
it just caught me by off guard.
I don't know who I think I'd take.
Like
if you made a
Denver?
AFC, maybe.
New England? Nobody's buying New England. Everyone's like, falling back.
What about Houston?
That's the squad.
They have maybe the best defense in the league.
Can the offensive line let C.J. Stroud have more than 1.5 seconds?
Will Nico Collins play a full season? I know. The tier ranking of championship contenders is interesting. I don't know how deep that list is, but he thinks it's only 2, and it's in the NFC with Seahawks and the Rams. Good stuff from Mike Sando on the NFL. A lot more to get into. We're back with more on 105.1 The Fan.
Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, round 2 of the Wyndham Championships down in North Carolina. It's the final regular season event on the PGA Tour, and a lot of guys outside the top 70 of the FedEx Cup standings trying to fight their way in. Ben James, right now your leader at 11 under. He has to win the tournament in order to get into the FedEx Cup playoffs.
How about that? The Wyndham Open Championship?
The Wyndham Championship.
When do they do the FedEx?
Starting next week.
Just get to it already. $15 million, right? Prize for that?
I think it's 20.
Didn't Tommy, what's his
Tommy
nuts?
Fleetwood won it last year.
Won it last year. Yeah, that's right. That's his big major championship. How about this one for a comeback? The Black Rhino, which was on the brink of extinction. 90% of the population had suffered from poaching, and a park in Zimbabwe has brought them back. They have had multiple litters, and now they're at the point where conservationists are thinking they're all the way back. So great job in Zimbabwe protecting and help restoring the black rhino population.
Nothing, Steven?
He's not? I don't think he's a update guy.
Oh,
I don't think he's a update guy.
I'm saving my updates for later.
Okay.
Okay. There you go. There's
Swag.
the update from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
All right, welcome back in. It is 9:29 on the dot. Well, now it's 9:30, but, we were back at 9:29. Would have been 28, but Swag couldn't stop talking. That should be on the clock, Swigard. Oh, not going to respond, huh? You just do it to me. I can't do it to you, huh? Very quickly, we have a local story I wanted to share.
Oh.
Think it's impacted all three? I don't know about you, Pinky's out. I don't know if it impacts your life. Maybe Stevie Fire over here. I know it impacted mine.
What's that?
Lloyd Center officially going away tomorrow.
Yeah.
66 years. It's gone. Like, I know you haven't been. I haven't been. We don't go. Kind of odd, isn't it, to lose like a staple like that has been around that long?
Is there a plan for that parcel of land yet?
I've always heard.
I thought it was like some housing thing or something.
Is that what they're doing? Affordable?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I've heard 8 billion thoughts and ideas thrown out for it, but I didn't know if there was an actual.
Well, it opened when you were 8, so like that's a long time to be, successfully running a mall of that size.
Going there now.
What?
You're just taking shots.
What
on
are you
a Friday,
talking about? I'm not
catching strays.
I'm sorry.
I did skate at the ice rink when it was outdoors.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing the skating rink outdoors as a really young kid, but like most of my life it was indoors.
According to Internet, it says it'll be redeveloped by the Urban Renaissance Group and the KKR Real Estate into a new neighborhood featuring thousands of housing units, retail, office space, and 6 acres of public open space.
So just like a delightful little park with apartments?
I guess, yeah.
I guess.
I like that area, and obviously it's not perfect, but it's very odd to think about that mall not existing anymore.
True.
And it hasn't been in my life for largely.
It's been there my entire life.
Well, I mean, like, it hasn't. It's such a huge part of my growing up.
Yeah. Is that where you would go and hang there?
That was the place to go. Yeah. Like, we had Mall 205.
See, I grew up on the west side, and it was Washington Square.
See, and I was out by Milwaukee, which is the town center.
Which I think will always be there. I'll be shocked if Washington Square is gone.
Well, Clackamas and Washington Square malls are seemingly
I remember when
always
Clackamas
busy.
Town Center was built and opened.
Yeah, I don't.
I will say, I remember the first time I went to the Lloyd Center, I thought this place is amazing.
Well, how did you not?
Right, because it's so big, it just had everything.
Yep.
Like, as a kid, I was like, wow, like this is what a real mall is.
Yeah, I had the same feeling, because we had Mall 205.
Like, larger than life almost.
Mall 205 is, I don't even know if by definition it exists anymore. I've been over there, but like, it never hit.
No.
But when we got on that Max at Gateway, and we got off at the Lloyd Center exit and walked through the park, yeah, you felt like you were going to the coolest place on earth.
It was a whole new world.
You had the cinema, you had the movie theater, you had everything.
You had 2 movie theaters. You had one in the mall, and you had one outside of the mall. And when that place shut down, I was like, I went to so many movies at that movie theater. So many movies. Me and Jarrett Jack watched Get Rich or Die Trying at Lloyd Center Cinemas. Yeah. That Jarrett Jack.
Hot date.
Summer League MVP?
Georgia Tech legend.
Yeah.
Why don't you get it right?
Got him to the title game.
Got him to the title game.
Ishmael Muhammad.
Did they lose to Indiana?
They lost to UConn. Emeka Okafor.
That's right, Emeka Okafor.
Will Bynum.
Yeah,
Jared Jack, Ishmael Muhammad, Luke Schenscher.
I loved that team. I just I saw that yesterday because I forgot what the date was, and then I think Holdall put it out, and I was like, damn.
Yeah, tomorrow.
That's on Saturday. It's gone. It's been out of my life, but I have a lot of memories.
It's such a big deal. Primetime took phone calls yesterday.
They took phone calls on it?
We took 2 calls and put them on the air.
Did you really?
Talk about Lloyd Center, yeah.
We went Canyon and Manfield?
They did.
What were they like, I'm going to miss it? Or?
Yeah, they wanted Lloyd Center stories. First guy called in. I'm like, so I'm screening the calls. I'm like, hey, what's your Lloyd Center? You got Lloyd Center story? He's like, yeah. We get him on the air. He's like, I've actually never been. I'm like, yeah. It's like doing bits.
Great.
And then we had a guy named T-Bone call in, save the day.
T-Bone?
T-Bone.
I love when callers won't even give real names.
Yeah, T-Bone.
They got to have nicknames for it. My favorite, I don't think I have a collection of favorite stories. Like we used to go Christmas shopping a lot there. Being arrested in that mall and having worked in that mall, man, I got a whole journey of what that mall provided me in my life.
Cajun Grill upstairs.
The Cajun Grill, yeah, the malt shop with the milkshakes.
Yeah.
The Orange Julius. Oh, God. The day I got arrested, I'll never forget being banned from the mall, being in handcuffs. That was crazy. You know?
You got banned from the mall?
I did. Yeah.
Did you go back, though? After
I literally worked at the mall 5
so
or
you
6
had
years
to.
later.
Yeah. Okay.
It's when people tell you they ban you from something, especially something of that size, don't ever believe it. Give it a cushion of not going immediately back.
Right.
But probably after 6 months to a year, nobody's going to remember you.
Nobody cares.
Because you know who arrested me? I don't.
Jared Jack?
I don't think they worked there anymore when I worked there.
Probably just some random citizen.
It was a mall cop.
So it wasn't real.
I mean, no, it wasn't. But it was the first time I'd had a handcuff actually put on me.
That's wild stuff.
I had to take a photo. They put my photo on the wall because when you get arrested or you get taken away by the security at Lloyd Center back in the day, they take you to the 3rd floor. And the 3rd floor away from the food court, remember where the food court was by the escalators?
Yeah, that was the offices and stuff.
Yeah, that's where we went. I had never been in those rooms before, and I'm like, oh no. And he's like, sit here, and he handcuffed me to a bench. And then we all had to take a photo, and then we had to call, a parent.
Dude, we need to go back try to get that photo. We probably got it in a record book somewhere.
I'd love to find it if I could.
That's what I'm saying. Go to the all the files, filing cabinets.
It was probably a really sad.
Or did you give a fake name?
No, I did.
T-Bone Sprague.
I unfortunately was so nervous that I gave my real name in that instance. I gave fake names on the Max when I got caught without tickets.
Right.
Because I didn't want that ticket, but the mall situation was it was pretty. It was a pretty weird day.
Frightening, probably.
A little bit, yeah, absolutely.
The handcuffs would have to be really shock you.
Yeah, when you're sitting handcuffed to a bench,
right.
It's an odd feeling. You're like, how in trouble am I really here?
Yeah, so if I give a fake name, I actually might be in trouble. So you got to give the real name.
That's what I worried about.
If anyone's at Lloyd Center, go find the filing cabinet. Brandon Sprague,
go find that photo for me and bring it here.
Bring
You'll
it
be
here.
a hero.
I would love that.
It's
How old were you?
Good question. 13 or 14?
Okay. Oh, yeah.
I want to guess.
That's peak. I'd be peeing my pants.
I think we were freshmen in high school when we got in trouble. And look, we deserved it. We, being kind of stupid. And don't throw pennies off the decks of the Lloyd Center or off the parking garage and hit cars because you'll end up causing some sort of disruption. But they're pennies.
Yeah. Be tougher, people.
I mean, of all the things, I could at least lie about the crime I committed, but unfortunately, that's what it was.
That's just kids being kids.
That's kind of how I view it. Yeah. Stupid, but yeah, I ended up working at Just Sports 5 years later. They even did a background check. No record.
That would have been crazy. They're like, hey, we're going to offer you the job, but we went through the records. You're actually banned from the mall.
I was nervous about it in the process. They were like, have you been here before? And I'm like, oh, grew up here. They were like, have you ever been in any trouble? And I was like, nope, never been arrested.
I'm telling you, that would have been
It's a
crazy.
mall cop.
Right, that would have been crazy if they're like, no, we're legit can't hire you because you threw pennies one time.
If they went through the Lloyd Center, he's on the ban list.
We can't hire this bro.
They're not doing that. But I was a little sad by it, man. Like I don't go there. I think last time I went to Lloyd Center because they had a secondhand pet store that we needed something for, and price-wise, it was really cheap.
Yeah.
That was my first back, and I was like, whoa, this is bad.
It's spooky. I've been there.
It's depressing.
I've been there within the last couple months because they do have card shows there.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, I'll take my sons to the card show,
Yep.
and it is literally just like that, and that's it.
Where did you park? Because we parked near where Macy's was.
Yeah.
That parking garage is kind of terrifying when it's completely
It's
empty.
where where you can just turn. It's where the light
main
is.
entrance
Yeah,
by the light. Yeah. That parking garage, when you're an employee, you usually park in the back. When you park in those garages now and they're so empty, it's kind of terrifying.
Yeah, at least like during the card show, there's a lot of people, so most people park there, so it's not as spooky. But I'm like, hey guys, we got to have our heads on a swivel when we're walking.
I knew they were in trouble when I ran in there one day. I needed a shirt. I knew Old Navy or Marshall's was there, so I ran in. And Marshall's was gone, locked up, and I went, well, this mall's dying. If Marshall's can't stay open, how's the whole mall?
Screwed. You're screwed.
Exactly. Marshall's should be your standard bearer. If Marshall's is staying open, your building and your company's in good shape. When Marshall's is closing, well, it's over, man.
That you're not wrong on that.
That's all she wrote, man. Marshall's is your line. That's your threshold. Marshall's
That's
is
the
open.
Mendoza line.
Yes, it's your Mendoza line. You are good there, man. You're right there.
If you got the Marshalls, you're good. If you don't, kind of in trouble.
Which one would shock you guys more, Washington Square or Clackamas going away?
Washington Square.
Yeah.
Although Clackamas, they're just putting the B-dubs in. I'm excited.
They are.
Yeah.
I go to Clackamas. I just saw a movie at
There's
Clackamas.
a Tesla dealership inside of Washington Square.
Washington Square ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, but maybe it just becomes like a dealership hub. Like 5 dealerships take it over and a Cheesecake Factory goes away. Would you be sad about that, Swigard?
I'm not a big Cheesecake Factory person.
Oh, yeah. Menus are too much, huh?
Yeah.
19 pages of menus.
Pick a specialty. Pick something.
The chicken Bellagio is pretty bomb, though.
Is it?
Yeah.
They do have a specialty. It's cheesecake.
It's
called the
cheesecake.
Cheesecake Factory. That's their specialty.
It's a great place to take kids, though, because they just have anything you want.
Their palates are so bad that
Right.
it's like, oh, there's a mac and cheese. You're good. Yeah.
And so it's like, that's why we go there, because it's like, oh, the kids will find something they can eat.
Right.
Because I have to pay for money. Because there's nothing worse than paying for something than having the kids not eat it.
Unless it's something you like and you're like,
Right.
I'll have leftovers at least.
I do always play that.
How as a dad do we not?
Yeah.
RIP the Lloyd Center. So is it being bulldozed down, or officially the doors are like locked?
That's what I don't. I'm gonna guess they're just. It's not open
It's
for
gonna
business.
be a slow teardown,
Eventually,
right?
they'll get to it.
I know
It
they've
says,
started.
just slated for demolition.
Okay. Well, RIP the Lloyd Center. Many memories, many friends, many gals, many moments. We knew you. Good luck in your future endeavors. All right, we wrap it up. Coming up next on 105.1 The Fan. Back means it's the end of the week for us. Stephen Vaughn hanging out Thursday and Friday of the week since Dirt is. I think he's in Sun River. I don't know. I don't like to.
I haven't heard.
Text
I haven't
him.
checked to see if there was. I hope they made it.
I don't reach out to him during vacation.
No.
At all. Like I don't like to bother people on their vacations.
Mm-hmm.
Once they're gone, you're gone. He'll be back next Wednesday, so he'll be back the day of the city vote.
Yes.
On the funding. We'll have Wright Gazaway in studio.
Fantastic.
That day. Him and Dirt need to work out timing and all that stuff, so he'll let you know, as he's been very plugged in, of whether he thinks the city's going to pass the funding. I think most people would vote that they do. I saw this about 20 minutes ago. Wanted to pass it along. Wright tweeted about the construction plans from the Blazers to the city, which everybody viewed as a great sign, right? Like, if you're trying to move the team, why are you offering construction workers and renovations? So this is already in itself a positive story. Jason Quick added to it. Would you like the follow-up from Jason Quick, who's also very plugged in? Mm-hmm. He said, was told earlier this week the news here is not Blazers bringing Populous, the name of the firm, to meeting. They've retained their services for months. It's the Blazers are finally communicating and engaging with City. Team still wants City to pay for Populous to draw up arena plans. Baby steps. So we're working our way there. We're inching closer and closer and closer. I don't know what you pay a construction team for an arena renovation. I can't pretend to know what that price tag is. But remember, the county gave $13 million more than we thought, the $88 million. The city will vote on it next week. So,
well, I wondered if this is for, because the city has, that's one of the things they've said in all these public hearings is, well, what are the renovations going, what's the scope of the work that are going to be doing? And the city's like, well, until we know what our budget is, there's no point in, because you have to know construction or design firms going to do all of the work on something of this scope, designs and plans. There's a cost to that. Some of those memos in Wright's story where he got public access to the back and forth was about that. The team was looking for the city to advance them some of the money that supposedly was going to go to Rip City Management anyway, if I read it correctly, to get the plans going so they would have something to work off of. And the city said, no, we're not going to give it any advance money.
Mm-hmm.
So the back and forth and go around about the chicken or the egg with these two entities has been going on for months.
Yeah, and we kind of had a feeling it would. I think it just, to Steven's point earlier, I think it's been louder and more annoying than even we anticipated.
Well, that's when all the media cameras started putting microphones in
I think
everybody's
it started the minute
face.
Dundon bought the team.
Yeah.
It started the conversation and narrative, which then led into the negotiation, which has not been fun.
Yeah, the Dundon stories that came out right when he bought the team with all the cheap stuff did not help the situation at all. And so there was already kind of a mindset that people had going into all the negotiations of what Tom Dundon was going to do, fair or not fair. But that's kind of what it was. And so now, yeah, it's been more covered than I think that people realized and more in your face than we all thought going into it.
Did Clay Bennett and his ownership group provide the city of Seattle with renovation construction companies? Do you remember that?
I don't think it ever got that far.
Oh, okay. But I was told he's Clay Bennett. I think one thing I'm taking away from this is if the city votes Wednesday and they vote yes, so you have the county, state, city money,
Yes.
there's still a lot they need to negotiate, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
But the noise is at least trending in there is nowhere to go. The league doesn't want you to go, and the monies are there. If they get this done and they all sign and it's a 20 or 25 or whatever your lease, and we don't have to talk about this largely the rest of our lives on air, whenever they do a press conference, I'm assuming they will to kind of celebrate some of this or whatever.
I would imagine.
We need to be honest about this. I'm okay with calling balls and strikes. You want to call Dundon out on stuff? Let's do it. If we want to call City out, let's do it. If he does a press conference and he's like, everybody's saying I'm going to move the team, I never had the intention, like maybe we need to cool it a little bit locally of assuming we have any idea what that cat's thinking, because nobody here, and I don't mean that as a shot, nobody here knows him.
No.
You may have talked to people in his orbit or his circle or whatever.
There's media people that have interviewed him a few times.
But
and
he
I
ultimately, nobody has a relationship with that cat. And I just think, and this isn't even about people covering it, this is about all of the media There's been so many statements made as if anybody knows him, and the truth is you don't. And I think that's going to be a nice slight refresher, reset of like, let's stop now and let's see how he operates.
Some of that is, my sense is Dundon's not interested in delving into that.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
That's fine. That's how we operate.
And that was my whole thing the whole time. Is like, let's just give this a little thing some time.
Yeah.
Let it breathe.
The problem is not wanting to have, or that not being a priority for him to have relationships. That rubs so many Portland people the wrong way off the top, and clouds or shapes how they view the whole thing.
We never heard from Jody Allen, so no one had relationships with her. So we were all hoping that, like, hey, new owner comes in, this is going to be 180 difference, 180 degree difference. And it just wasn't that. Like, Tom Dundon didn't want to get their relationship, but we all had hopes going into it, like, man, new owner is going to completely change everything. It didn't.
It changed in ways we thought.
But it didn't change in that way. Like, we were excited to hear the owner talk. Like, when Dundon talked, it's like, wow, we actually heard our owner speak.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't hear that with Jody Allen. She never spoke.
Well, I go back to that too. Like, I've always found that odd. I think you've highlighted before of like how quick we never heard anything great about Jody, and then suddenly it came to the end, and Jody was the most amazing person.
Once Paul Allen passed away, I had not heard one radio segment. I never saw one tweet. I never saw one thing ever about how well run the Blazers were. Not one. It was always Blazers are a terribly run organization. So then Tom Dundon comes in. He does things completely different than what was happening, and it's still this is the worst run organization. Well, you can't have it both ways. So it was terrible one way. He's changing everything.
He's changing,
but
because
it's terrible
it
still.
Appeared, when he started looking at the books, this is massively inefficient from an business operational standpoint.
So it's poorly
so
run, and now it's more poorly run. I just didn't get it. I wanted to let it breathe.
This city, as long as I've been alive and as long as I've been of voting age and paid attention, for some reason, when they go to the ballot box, they need to feel like their elected officials can come over and have a cup of coffee or a beer in their backyard with them, rather than being pragmatic, efficient operators of commerce and business. And that's a lot of the reasons why we get stuck in these situations.
And I may look back in 5 years and say, hey, Tom Dundon was the worst.
You could absolutely say that.
But you know what?
But you'll have a 5-year sample size before you give the take.
I want a sample size. I want to see what happens before I'm going to instantly judge the guy on just a couple decisions because he didn't want to have T-shirts at a playoff game.
I mean, also to his point, nobody touched those towels were not being waved.
Me and my son were the only ones that I think waving them. I don't think anyone else.
And also to his point, I remember watching that game, the amount of people wearing their own jerseys and like the merch they like. He's not wrong in doing that. We had to find something to latch onto. I think also to your point, I would add, it is very bizarre to think back that, like you say, in 5 years from now, we can judge Dundon as an owner and is it good or is it bad or are we better or whatever. How odd was it to think back to Paul died and we literally never heard anything from anybody in that organization?
Ever.
Like, I'm not talking about Dwayne Hankins. I'm not talking about Joe Cronin.
You're talking about the Vulcans.
She didn't do anything of like,
never
we're
won.
running this,
Bert
we're a
Cole didn't hear from him
collective.
either.
No, they did nothing. He died, and then it was just like...
That was the thing, because it was
crazy to think about that actually happened.
There was so much hope that once the new owner came in, it's like, man, they're going to care about the fans. They're going to talk.
Yeah.
And then it just didn't happen.
It never happened.
So we turned so quickly.
And I know it's different, but like Jim Irsay died. His daughter's out there all the time.
They are awesome.
They are awesome, and it's a family entity more so than a corporation. I get that difference. It's just funny to think, like, the owner of our team died, and we never had anybody publicly address the fan base of, like, we're running this now. We're doing it in Seattle. Trust us. It was just dead radio silence. We're just going to run it and never talk to you. That's crazy to me.
That goes to my point of no one ever said it was a well-run organization when Jody Allen was in charge.
Top flight of the world, Craig.